Chapter 1242. Nangong Fian was so angry that she fell to the ground in anger. She was played by Chu Yang, this bastard. She was played in circles. That's right, Chu Yang was taking revenge on her. Nangong Fian's arrogance that night. Nangong Fian fell to the ground and pretended to faint, not moving at all. When she thought about how she was tricked, her ugly appearance, her screams, fear, anxiety, worry, etc., she didn't want to live anymore. Shameful, too shameful. She, Nangong Fian, was like an idiot being played by Chu Yang. It was easier to play with a monkey than to play with her. In her entire life, she had never been so humiliated, so resentful as she was right now. That bastard, he only set off a firecracker and she had to take off her underwear. How can I face people? Woo-woo, I don't want to live anymore. Nangong Fian wanted to hit the ground, but she was afraid that people would notice that she didn't faint, so she had to suppress her anger. Shang Wanlan was speechless. She naturally knew that Nangong Fian didn't faint and noticed that Nangong Fian wanted to hit the ground and was about to go berserk. Brother Yang, you really played with Fei Fei this time. She held her forehead. Her head was slightly hurting. Thinking about it, just Chu Yang's chest was enough to make Nangong Fian go berserk in the past, not to mention now. You won't rest until you die. Brother Yang, really. Even if you are angry, you don't have to be so angry, right? Although Shang Wanlan knew that angering Nangong Fian wasn't the main goal, she really couldn't tolerate Chu Yang anymore. Fei Fei was a girl. Wouldn't she be embarrassed to death like this? Mayor, let's go. Shang Wanlan went up and hugged Nangong Fian, instantly bringing her away from this place that was worse than death. Sky Court's people naturally came back to their senses and were stunned on the spot. They stared blankly at each other, not making a single sound. Playing with the warlords? No, even playing with the warlords wasn't so overboard. There was no talk of opening the seal, nor was there any invasion of extraterrestrial demons, nor was there any war or the end of the world. The wild dog had only grasped their mentality and played them in circles, and even watched them make a fool of themselves on the side. Just now, Wild Dog probably laughed until his intestines were cramped, especially those who were shouting. Their faces were burning. They were actually so excited and treated it so seriously. Were they stupid? Those who responded with kind words were even worse. They thought they could compromise, consider the big picture, and appease the wild dog. They thought they were smart, but they were afraid that by the time they spoke, the wild dog would have already burst out laughing. Bastard wild dog, I hashtag $% hashtag. In just a moment, curses and roars shook the sky. Everyone in Sky Court was furious. Who would joke about such a thing? Didn't they know that it would scare people to death? Lu Yunpeng, Xiao Wanjin, Gong Sun Long, and the others, although they didn't gather in one place, their expressions were almost the same. They were actually played by a wild dog from the beginning to the end. They were really played by a stupid dog. Wasn't this very funny? Almost all of their guesses were wrong. Perhaps only one point was right. Wild Dog issued a warning, but the warning was for Sky Court. Lu Yunpeng suddenly had a feeling that he had become mentally retarded. This feeling was terrible. He couldn't help but hatefully say, "Damn it." Chapter 1243. Xiao Wanjin, Gong Sun Long, and the others were in the same mood as Lu Yunpeng. They hadn't even made a move against Chu Yang, but they had already been defeated. This humiliation of being toyed with made them feel ashamed and resentful. This little guy really has a temper. The leader of the Sky Academy said with a smile, which silenced the crowd. It seemed to be a compliment, but no one could tell if it was because the leader of the Sky Academy seemed to have left completely after saying that. Is there any justice in this world? Wild Dog did such a horrible thing, but he was praised by the leader. Many people stamped their feet in anger. Damned Wild Dog, don't let me get the chance, or else I'll definitely torture you to death. I'll let you know what it means to beg for life, but not beg for death. Even more people were furious, gnashing their teeth. What he did made the whole Sky Academy hate Chu Yang to the core. Everyone wanted to tear Chu Yang to pieces immediately. What happened in the Sky Academy spread like a storm. After hearing the news, people in the East Continent snickered, and they also hated Chu Yang's behavior. After all, how could an extraterrestrial demon be a joke? Chu Yang called himself Eastern Wilderness 002. At this time, many people in the East Continent were skeptical, but they couldn't be sure. However, they were sure that even if Chu Yang wasn't the Eastern Wilderness 002, he was definitely as bold as the Eastern Wilderness 002. When the news spread to the barren village, the people in the village didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, Chu Fei, Saint Sun Zither Sound, Silver Wolf, and the others burst into laughter. Chu Yang was getting more and more outrageous. When he was in the Five Elements sect in the Eastern Wilderness, he didn't make such a big fuss. However, in the East Continent, his demonic nature seemed to be completely released. This is really my little brother's character, but I'm afraid he's in trouble this time. I'm afraid no one in the East Continent will welcome him. Saint Sun Zither Sound thought about it, and could only smile bitterly. The disadvantages outweighed the advantages. Chu Fei was still laughing. Second brother, do you think I'll care whether people in the East Continent like him or hate him? With little brother's nature, although he is mischievous, if it wasn't for someone provoking him, he wouldn't have done such a thing. Saint Sun Zither Sound turned to look at Chu Fei. In this way, my little brother's situation must be very bad. How can you still laugh? Why can't I laugh? Chu Fei was amused. I don't think it's that simple for such a situation where the disadvantages outweigh the benefits. My little brother must have planned something else, and even used it to deceive others. He should have succeeded now. The Saint Child was stunned for a moment before nodding. That's right. I don't think little brother is just playing a prank. Second brother is definitely not a simple prank. Don't you know my senior brother? He won't act unless there's an incentive. He won't wake up early if there's no benefit. This time, he must have made a lot of money. After laughing, Silver Wolf said to Wang Bushong, "Did you see that? I'm really your Uncle Chu's junior brother. Can you give me the 7 Neals of Stars?" Seeing that Silver Wolf was so impatient that he was about to kneel down, Chu Fei and the rest of the villagers burst out in laughter again. Whether it was Chu Yang or his junior brother, they were all clowns. With them around, there would be no lack of jokes. It was enough to make people laugh to death. No, absolutely not. Wang Bushong shook his head like a rattle drum. He was very determined. Mom said that this was given by Uncle Chu. It's a great opportunity and extremely precious. Without Uncle Chu's permission, no one can give it to him. Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter again. This was the umpteenth time. Chapter 1244. I say, are you a blockhead? Your Uncle Chu and I are fellow apprentices. We were the same pants. How can your Uncle Chu not give it to me? The Silver Wolf was extremely anxious. Chu Fei said, "Little Wolf, is the Celestial Lord 7 Neals that important to you? If so, I can speak to Madame Wang on your behalf." Yes. Xiao Guai nodded. The Silver Wolf said seriously, "Big brother, it's very important. I didn't expect senior brother to give me such a big gift as soon as I arrived in the East Continent." After a pause, his expression darkened. "As for the reason, it's better that you don't know. Then you can slowly beg." The Saint Child said. Chu Fei nodded. "I have to think about it too. Should I send a letter to junior brother and tell him not to give you the Celestial Lord 7 Neals? Otherwise, he'll have to collect your corpse one day." "Big brother, second brother, don't." The Silver Wolf panicked. Chu Fei stopped joking and said seriously, "Little Wolf, your senior brother has snatched the Celestial Lord's 7 Neals. He should be fighting to the death with your enemy. As for junior brother's enemy, do you think your second brother and I can stay out of it?" The Silver Wolf couldn't smile anymore. His face darkened. Chu Fei and the Saint Child didn't say anything. The scene suddenly quieted down, and the laughter completely disappeared. "Big brother, second brother, follow me." After the Silver Wolf spoke, Chu Fei said to the people in the wilderness village, "Uncle Hu, Brother Yang, Brother Wang, I'm sorry. There are some things that you'd better not know." "Ah Fei, we know." Uncle Hu said, "Besides, this is what you should do. Why do you have to be so careful? We won't mind." "Then I'm sorry." Chu Fei and the others followed the Silver Wolf to a quiet place. The Silver Wolf said, Big brother, second brother, I'm actually not from the eastern wilderness. I'm a baby that Master saved from the east continent. As for this secret, even my senior brother doesn't know. Chu Fei and the others only listened and did not disturb him. My master doesn't know the exact identity of my enemy either. He only vaguely guessed it. He doesn't know the truth. The Silver Wolf continued. My parents sealed a memory in my consciousness. Apart from other things, they also told me the cause and effect of the matter. After a long pause, he continued, I am the descendant of Lord Tai by Jinxing, the only descendant left. What? Chu Fei and the others were shocked as they looked at the Silver Wolf in astonishment. Star Monarch, because Star Monarch had knelt 7 times. During this period of time, they were very clear about Star Monarch, but they never thought that Silver Wolf was actually a descendant of Star Monarch. But soon, their surprise disappeared. It was not important whether the Silver Wolf was a descendant of Lord Tai by Jinxing. They just needed to know that it was a Silver Wolf. My ancestor had an enemy, and he had always vowed to take revenge. This was passed down from generation to generation. Finally, one of his descendants had extraordinary talent, and he used this opportunity to enter the Stardow Academy that my 36th ancestor had established. The Silver Wolf's enemy was the current Academy Master of the Stardow Academy. After entering the Stardow Academy and obtaining a high position, he used the Stardow Academy's power to find the location of the Silver Wolf clan and hired the Myriad Demon Sect to launch a sneak attack on the Silver Wolf clan. At that time, the Silver Wolf clan had already declined to the extreme. They had even lost the Star Monarch Transcendence image, 7 kneels, and many other secret techniques. They were too weak and were all slaughtered. The Silver Wolf was a descendant of Lord Tai by Jinxing. If he could obtain the 7 kneels of Lord Tai by Jinxing and the Star Monarch Transcendence image, he would be many times stronger than others. He could even temporarily reappear Star Monarch who had died. The Silver Wolf originally had his own plan. He wanted to enter the Stardow Academy and obtain this secret technique, but it would be very difficult. He didn't know how much effort he would have to put in. After all, the 7 kneels of Lord Tai by Jinxing was the most supreme secret technique in the Stardow Academy. How could he obtain it so easily? Therefore, when he heard that Chu Yang had obtained the 7 kneels of Lord Tai by Jinxing from the Stardow Academy, he almost went crazy with joy. I'll go talk to Madame Wang. After hearing this, Chu Fei strode out. Chapter 1245. The next day after Chu Yang made fun of the whole Sky Academy, Lu Yunpeng came to find Xiao Wanjin. Brother Xia, I have a favor to ask of you. Lu Yunpeng came straight to the point. Brother Xia, when you go to find Wild Dog, please help me give these 1,300 spiritual veins to Wild Dog. After hearing this, Xiao Wanjin couldn't help but smile meaningfully. Brother Lu, if you don't want to hear the words return the money again, just send someone to do it. You don't have to entrust it to me. Return the money. Lu Yunpeng was currently allergic to these 2 words. The moment he heard them, he immediately recalled the humiliation he had suffered that day. With a boom, an incomparably dangerous aura erupted from his body. He was like a ferocious tiger that wanted to devour its prey. Screech, a high-pitched screech, came from his body, and there seemed to be a ferocious bird in his pupils, but he didn't know what kind of ferocious bird it was. After that, a mocking smile suddenly appeared on Lu Yunpeng's face. Although I love Shangwan Lan, I don't think I'm as anxious as you, Brother Xia. Wild Dog made an issue of the seal to warn the Sky Academy and indirectly intimidate us. Xiao Wanjin was not angry. He still smiled elegantly. Brother Lu, aren't you angry at all? Don't you have any ideas? Don't you want Wild Dog to experience what fear is before he dies? Haha. Lu Yunpeng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Since it's like this, then help me pass on a message to my Wild Dog. I'll treat him as prey and compete with you. Let's see which one of us will cut off his dog head. Swish! Lu Yunpeng threw down the spiritual veins and left. This seems to be a good idea. Xiao Wanjin smiled playfully and said, I'm afraid those old guys in the Sky Academy can't wait any longer. They must be eager for me to test the Wild Dog situation. He pondered for a moment and immediately said, Someone go and stir up the atmosphere. Say that I'm going to tease the wild dog and spread the news that the wild dog will die in the outer court assessment. Teasing a wild dog. If he wasn't present, how could he display his might? Yes, young master. After the servant left, Xiao Wanjin sneered again. That might not be enough. Today, I will let the wild dog know what the difference between us is. Otherwise, why would he be trembling in fear, waiting for death to descend in endless fear? A dark, ruthless, gloomy, and extremely evil aura suddenly erupted from his body. In an instant, he was like a giant snake that was flicking its tongue. He stretched out his hand and pressed it into the void. Suddenly, strange patterns appeared in the void. Evil aura surged and black smoke surged out. Then, a rumbling sound could be heard as a space-time portal opened up, from which 4 hellborn fiend devils flew out like wooden sticks. They landed on the ground with a thump, causing the ground to tremble. These 4 strong great demons were surrounded by rolling devil aura. They had 2 pairs of bat wings, and the barbs at the ends were glowing with a terrifying light. When they opened, they could be 30 meters long. 4 winged demons in hell. It was amazing that Xiao Wanjin had 4 hell demons. Demons were extremely arrogant, cunning, treacherous, and cruel. For demons, humans were like the people in the eastern wilderness who were discriminated against in the East Continent. They were extremely disdainful. They only regarded humans as food and were very difficult to submit to. In addition, they had to enter hell to capture demons. This was extremely dangerous. Without absolute strength, no one dared to enter hell and face a group of demons. Some strange patterns flashed on the bodies of the 4 demons. These patterns were very faint and completely integrated with the demons. If one didn't look carefully, it would be difficult to find them. Chapter 1246. The patterns on the demon's body covered the demon's entire body. They were like chains that firmly locked the demon in place, not only on their bodies, but also in their souls. Once the demons resisted, they would be strangled and their souls scattered. Their bodies would be cut into pieces. It was very vicious. Xiao Wanjin had used these patterns to control the 4 infernal devils. Plop! As soon as the 4 demons appeared, they immediately knelt down in front of Xiao Wanjin and lowered their noble heads. All their resentment was hidden deep in their hearts, and they didn't dare to reveal it at all. Their bodies were trembling in fear. You finally know how to be afraid. Xiao Wanjin sneered. Spiritual energy gushed out and turned into a white bone whip. These whips seemed to have been polished from human bones. They were chained together, section by section. Evil energy lingered around them, making them look extremely sinister. They were also emitting all kinds of terrifying cries, as if they were the screams of malicious spirits. Smack! The whip hit one of the demons hard, and its flesh was immediately corroded. Black smoke billowed out, and the wound was so deep that one could see the bones. The extremely ferocious demon, who had a strong body, immediately convulsed and screamed after being hit by this whip. Moreover, demons were evil and came from the same source as evil. However, the evil aura on the whip was so terrifying that even the demons couldn't resist it. You did a lot better this time. You hid your resentment well, but I still noticed it. Next time, you'd better do a better job. His voice was bone-chilling, and his eyes were very cold and emotionless. Yes, master. The 4 demons were full of fear and lowered their heads even more. I'm going to show off later. You should know what to do, right? We definitely won't embarrass you, master. After receiving Xiao Wanjin's order, the 4 demons didn't dare to slack off. They pulled themselves together, took out a golden frame, and respectfully asked Xiao Wanjin to sit on it. Then, they carried him straight away. The 4 demons with ferocious horns flapped their huge bat wings and carried a golden frame. They shuttled in the void, and their demonic aura was very strong. As soon as they appeared, they alarmed the entire sky courtyard. God, who can make demons as servants? Who is this big shot? It's simply astonishing. How savage are the fiends to be able to make them submit like this? It seems to be Xiao Wanjin. Looking at the direction he's heading, he should be heading towards the wild dog. Someone said that Xiao Wanjin was going to teach him a lesson. Looks like it's true. Let's go. Let's follow them and take a look. As soon as Xiao Wanjin appeared, he attracted everyone's attention. Many geniuses of the Sky Academy also looked shocked. Boom! When they arrived at their destination, the four demons came to an abrupt halt at high speed. They stopped in an instant and were extremely stable, vividly displaying their valiance. At that moment, due to Xiao Wanjin's arrangements, there were already a lot of people gathered there. When Xiao Wanjin arrived, he immediately caused an uproar. Xiao Wanjin had an elegant demeanor, like a fine young master in a chaotic world. His handsome face, wealth, and profound background made him even more attractive to young girls. In addition, the four eye-catching demons were even more astonishing. In terms of appearance, there were many people who could match him, but in terms of temperament and prestige, there were not many people in the Sky Academy who could match him. Young master, I've been calling for a long time, but the wild dog didn't respond at all. When the servant came back to report, Xiao Wanjin's eyes narrowed. Could it be that something really happened to the wild dog? After that, his expression turned cold. You mean to say that you want me to wait here for a stray dog, right? Chapter 1247. At the seal, after Chu Yang's injuries had healed completely, he used the divine devil twins to split his divine avatar and his devil avatar to cultivate together. This way, he could make more attempts to confirm the situation. His divine perception was powerful, and he could sense what was going on outside, but he was not in the mood to care. Cui Xinho and the other two were also cultivating, as was the parrot. However, after hearing the clamor, it was no longer in the mood to cultivate. It just wanted Xiao Wanjin to wait. After all, what kind of bird was it? Was it someone he could meet just because he wanted to? Wild dog, do you not want the spirit vein anymore? Spirit vein. The parrot's eyes lit up, and it could not hold back any longer. It flapped its wings and flew out. Wah! Is this divine bird's spirit vein finally here? It was proud of its work, and it wanted to show its pride in its words. Only a damned bird came. Xiao Wanjin's eyes turned cold. Where's Chu Yang? TCH. The parrot poked it with its wing. Do you think my master is someone you can meet just because you want to? Look at yourself first. What's the point of showing off when you owe a debt? You have a sharp tongue, and you're proud of being shameless. Looks like I have to teach you a lesson, you lowly bird. Xiao Wanjin's voice was emotionless, without the slightest hint of emotion. He was still far away from the parrot, but in the blink of an eye, his voice echoed above the parrot. Boom! Like a ghost, Xiao Wanjin appeared above the parrot and pressed down with his palm. With a loud bang, the heavens shook and the earth shook. The mighty black spirit energy surged out in an earth-shattering manner, covering the entire area within 100 steps of the parrot. Dark, evil, gloomy, and ruthless aura filled the sky. It was unparalleled. Billowing black spirit chi blotted out the sky and dyed the void there pitch black. You sneak attack me, you bastard. The parrot was shocked. It never thought that Xiao Wanjin would attack it so directly. Furthermore, it was so ruthless. The aura he emitted shocked it. In this critical moment, the parrot let out a roar and flapped its wings. The devil dragon shot out, and a black devil mountain appeared. Atop the devil mountain was a golden temple, from which the sound of Buddhist chanting could be heard. This was Gong Sun Ying's combination martial soul. Now that the parrot was using it, it was incredibly powerful. Rumble. When the two attacks collided, the parrot's pupils constricted. Its technique was like a piece of paper that had been torn apart. Its entire body trembled as if it had been struck by lightning. It let out a miserable shriek as it was sent flying dozens of meters away. Before it even landed on the ground, black blood spurted out from Chi. You actually didn't die from my attack. Xiao Wanjin's expression was cold as he once again appeared in front of the parrot and pushed his hand down. Surging black spiritual chi rushed out and turned into a black cloud. Light and shadow intertwined like swords. Faintly, there seemed to be something terrifying within it, emitting an aura that could destroy the world. What filthy thing! The parrot's face fell as it sensed an intense aura of death. This divine bird will fight you to the death. At this critical moment, it threw caution to the wind and roared. Radiant judgment, radiant spear. 9-colored spiritual energy spurted out from its body. As it flapped its wings, the 9-colored spiritual energy transformed into a 9-colored divine spear. It pierced through the air and met Xia Wanjin's hand. Chapter 1248. It was Chu Yang's trick. Originally, the parrot only had the form, but not the spirit. However, after absorbing the original 7 souls of the 2 supreme existences in the 7 wheels evil domain, it completely evolved. Sizzle, sizzle. As soon as the spear of light appeared, a sizzling sound was heard in the void. The power of light was extremely restrained by Xia Wanjin's evil black spiritual qi. It was constantly corroding and emitting billowing black smoke. Xia Wanjin was a little surprised, but that was all. Boom! There was a huge explosion in the void, and the ground shook violently. The evil spiritual qi was like a tide, drowning the parrot. Soon, its horrified voice rang out from within, as if it had encountered something terrifying and was enduring great pain and punishment. Master, save me. The parrot tried its best to break through the evil spiritual qi. It screamed in panic and flew out. However, after flying for a while, it fell to the ground like an arrow. Its entire body was being corroded and black smoke billowed out. Its entire body seemed to be burning. Its beautiful feathers withered and instantly lost their luster. It was as if it had been splashed with sulfuric acid. Many bloody holes were corroded and fresh blood gushed out. The most terrifying thing was that its blood was no longer red. It was as black as ink. Oh no! Inside the seal, Chu Yang sensed that the parrot's aura was falling rapidly. Seeing that it was about to die, he was shocked. He immediately used the path to heaven to teleport out. When he saw the parrot's miserable state, he was shocked and angry. He immediately pressed his big hand on the parrot's body, and an evil aura immediately poured into his consciousness. What is this? It's so evil. Chu Yang was shocked. Xia Wanjin's martial soul was extremely evil. At the same time, with a slight thought, the evil aura immediately let out a scream and turned into ashes. However, he could still feel that Xia Wanjin's evil spiritual qi was extremely domineering. At this moment, every inch of the parrot's meridians, bones, and internal organs were invaded by the evil aura and corroded violently. If the parrot had not absorbed the Supreme Demon Venerable's 7-spirit origin and strengthened its 7-spirit origin, it would have died. Scram! Chu Yang roared. As soon as he sent out a thought, the wretched energy inside of the parrot reacted like an evil spirit seeing the king of hell. It began to flee in all directions. However, as soon as it left the parrot's body, it let out a blood-curdling shriek and then transformed into black smoke. In terms of evil, Chu Yang's devil martial spirit was the devil among the devils, the evilest among the evilest. However, although he had concealed it well, the speed with which he had dispelled the evil energy from the parrot's body still caused Xia Wanjin to be shocked. His eyes flashed with a terrifying cold light. A popping sound could be heard as Chu Yang sent the power of radiance and light into the parrot's body. Sensing that its insides were in a terrible state, Chu Yang bit down on it, causing an evil fire to shoot up into his head. The parrot had always been by his side. How close was it to him? However, he had been careless for a moment, and the parrot had almost died. Throughout the entire process, Xia Wanjin's expression was incomparably cold and arrogant. He had a mocking smile as he looked at Chu Yang's anger. To be honest, he didn't care about Chu Yang's anger at all. In fact, Chu Yang's anger couldn't be better for him. Previously, Xia Wanjin and the others had been toyed with by Chu Yang. He was still suppressing the evil fire in his heart. Xia Wanjin is really amazing. That bastard bird deserved it. If it was me, I wouldn't have let that bastard bird die so easily. The onlookers were shocked by Xia Wanjin's strength. Every one of them wanted to swallow the parrot alive. Crack! Suddenly, a loud and clear sound could be heard. The people who had cursed the parrot all had their heads smashed into their stomachs. After a few bangs, they fell to the ground dead. They couldn't be more dead. Chuyang had made his move. It was unfathomable. The whole place suddenly became deathly silent as they looked at Chu Yang with incomparable fear. Among the people who had just been killed, none of them were below the soul amalgamation realm. There was even one who was in the transcendence realm. Chu Yang's movements were incomparably fast. They didn't even see how Chu Yang had made his move. With a boom, everyone behind him frantically retreated. Even though Chu Yang had launched a sneak attack, it was still incomparably shocking. In an instant, only Chu Yang and Xiao Wanjin were left. Maggot, do you want to die? Chapter 1249. Chu Yang's anger was like the wrath of thunder. Everyone fell silent. From the eastern wilderness to the east continent, Chu Yang was no longer the inconspicuous young man from the coiling dragon town. After a series of experiences, the enemies he faced, whether in the eastern wilderness or the east continent, were all extremely powerful. He was now the leader of the eastern wilderness. Imperceptibly, his attitude and temperament had changed, and he had nurtured a great pressure. Even he didn't realize this. However, when he was truly angry, the aura that erupted from him was truly intimidating. Many people present couldn't help but feel their hearts palpitate. This was under the situation where he didn't use his martial soul and the souls of the two supreme beings. If he used them, the mountains and rivers would change. How dare you speak to me like that? Xiao Wanjin's eyes narrowed, and an extremely dangerous light erupted from his pupils. His aura was extremely cold, and the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped as if it was about to freeze. You little thing, are you trying to show off your nobility in front of me? Chu Yang completely looked down on Xiao Wanjin. So what if you're from the middle continent? Those who offend me will be killed without mercy. Am I not speaking the truth? In my eyes, you're not even a dog. Xiao Wanjin's tone became extremely cold. He was like a furious tyrant. His tyrannical aura swept out, and everyone around him couldn't help but tremble. He was truly angry. However, when he realized this emotion, he suddenly felt extremely embarrassed. His face was boiling hot. He was actually angry because of a wild dog. Immediately, he remembered what had happened before. He had actually gambled with a dog. After losing, he had even rejoiced that he hadn't been humiliated because Lu Yunpeng had stepped forward first. This was simply a great humiliation. Every time he thought about it, Xiao Wanjin felt that he was extremely stupid. He was even more ashamed and angry. Well, had they ever seen an emperor bet with a dog? Moreover, he was actually worried about being barked and bitten by a dog. Wasn't this a joke? There was no such joke in the world. To Xiao Wanjin, their identities were just like that. He was the emperor, and Chu Yang was just a dog. In fact, he was even worse than a dog. Zhongzhou regarded the East Continent as a lowly place, while the East Continent regarded the Eastern Wilderness as a wild dog. Could a dog in the eyes of lowly people be considered a dog in his eyes? Xiao Wanjin let out all his emotions. I'm already thinking highly of you by calling you a dog. Needles against wheat on. Sharp against sharp, the smell of gunpowder was extremely strong. Many of the onlookers felt their hearts turn heavy because of the auras of the two. They felt as if something terrifying was about to happen. Noble, right? Chu Yang sneered and opened his hand. You're so noble. How can you owe people money? If I remember correctly, you still owe me money. Xiao Wanjin's blood rushed to his face. The humiliation caused his eyes to turn red. Ha! He fiercely slapped himself and said angrily, "This is definitely the stupidest and most lowly thing I've ever done in my life. I actually degraded myself and gambled with a dog." Everyone's heart trembled. They were extremely astonished, so they became even more deathly silent. After all, Xiao Wanjin was a member of a great family in Zhongzhou. His status was extremely high. Chu Yang's pupils constricted. He hated Xiao Wanjin's attitude. You're really stupid. However, if we're talking about degrading myself, I should be the one. You actually gambled with a maggot like him. Xiao Wanjin directly threw the interspatial ring to Chu Yang. However, he didn't get angry. He had already been stupid a few times. He couldn't make the same mistake again. How could he get angry because of a dog? Chapter 1250. 1,300 more spirit veins. Is this interest? Chu Yang took the spatial ring and sneered. Your nobility is only worth this little bit of interest. One wrong step, and I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Xiao Wanjin was extremely dissatisfied with himself and tried his best to calm down. Those 1,300 spirit veins belong to Lu Yunpeng. Wild dog, you don't have to bark at me. I'm not someone you can judge. Chu Yang said casually. You're not worthy of being judged by me. You're right. I lost my composure just now. I shouldn't be angry, mocking, or despising you. After all, you're just a dog. You're far from enough for me to express such complicated emotions. After Xiao Wanjin finished speaking, he became even calmer. Then he laughed self-deprecatingly. I accidentally stepped on dog poop. Can I blame a dog for shitting? Isn't that laughable? After a pause, he said casually, however, I did do a lot of stupid things because of you. Therefore, I hate you and want to kill you. There's nothing wrong with that, right? There are many people who said that to me, but they're all dead. Chu Yang sneered. The more his opponent despised him, the more he looked down on him, and the more arrogant he was. It was all just an opportunity for him to kill. One couldn't be too self-deprecating. If one didn't want to be a human, one couldn't be too arrogant. If one didn't want to be a human, one couldn't want to be a god. Be neither servile nor overbearing. Be not perverted. Be a normal person. This was the hint that Xiao Wanjin gave to Chu Yang. Even so, Xiao Wanjin's attitude wasn't something that people liked. At least, Chu Yang didn't like it very much. You want to kill me, right? Xiao Wanjin smiled faintly and looked at Chu Yang as if he was looking at a dog. He said indifferently, Wild dog, then come and kill me. He sat on the golden rack. One of the 4 hell demons said, Go, let wild dog kill you. Yes, master. This demon knelt down in front of Xiao Wanjin and lowered his noble head. Roar! Immediately after, the evil demon stood up and let out a ferocious and ruthless roar. 2 pairs of huge bat wings spread open with a bang. Billowing demonic chi swept out and flapped slightly. With a bang, its huge feet heavily stomped on the ground. This evil demon stood on the ground. His body was very tall, almost 30 feet tall. Only when the infernal demon stood out did many people notice him and cry out in alarm. Heavens, it's actually a demon from hell. Xiao Wanjin actually managed to subdue a hellish demon as a servant, as expected of the young master of the central state. The fiends of hell are bloodthirsty, cruel, and unyielding. It is impossible for them to submit, but he actually subdued a greater fiend. This is simply too inconceivable. This evil demon is at least at the peak of the Transcendence realm. It might even be comparable to the Nirvana realm. The moment Xiao Wanjin sent the evil demon out, the entire audience was shocked. How were they supposed to fight? Wild Dog was indeed not qualified to fight against Xiao Wanjin. He couldn't even deal with Xiao Wanjin's servant. This evil demon's face was extremely ferocious, and the demonic aura around him was as thick as demonic water. He was born with an extremely strong physical body and was a natural body cultivator. Even if this evil demon was only at the Transcendence realm, he could still fight against a Nirvana realm cultivator. Moreover, this evil demon's cultivation was probably not just at the Transcendence realm. Chu Yang's eyes narrowed. He had to admit that Xiao Wanjin had the right to be arrogant. If he wanted to kill Xiao Wanjin now, it was definitely possible. Wild Dog, come. Defeat my evil demon servant first. Then you have the right to kill me. Xiao Wanjin's words shifted everyone's attention to Chu Yang. Under everyone's gaze, Chu Yang's expression turned ugly. He really didn't have the ability to kill this evil demon. Previously, when he killed those Transcendence Realm cultivators, he relied on tricks or catching them off guard to kill them in one blow. If he fought head-on, it would definitely not be that easy for him to kill a Transcendence Realm cultivator. Now, even if he used all his trump cards, his maximum combat strength should only be at the Transcendence Realm. Chapter 12:51. Wild Dog, why aren't you saying anything? Xiao Wanjin sneered. A dog is a dog. No matter how hard it barks, what's the use? You don't have the ability, yet you dare to say that you want to kill me. What a joke. On the golden shelf, Xiao Wanjin waited for Chu Yang's rebuttal, but Chu Yang didn't say anything. He could cover it up and find all sorts of excuses, but he didn't do so. He was weaker than others, and there was nothing he couldn't admit. He didn't have the courage to admit it. Everyone had a great yearning and desire for power and strength. Chu Yang was the same, but he didn't want to be strong on the outside and weak on the inside. After stripping off the outside, he had nothing. Inside, he was hollow and empty. If that was the case, even if he had outstanding strength, he would still be a weakling. If he wasn't a strong person, he would only be a plaything that bullied the weak. When he met the weak, he would be strong. When he met the strong, he would be weak. A true strong person's strength came from the heart, not from the outside. They could calmly face all setbacks, failures, and even humiliation. They could always face themselves, never give in, and never lose their confidence. This kind of person would only improve faster under great pressure. Even if they didn't have all kinds of opportunities, they would still grow into a strong person in the end. They would become the overlords, giants, or peerless heroes that people talked about. How could Chu Yang give up his courage, his most important thing, just because of a little face? Wild Dog, why don't you cover it up? Xiao Wanjin laughed, even more mockingly. Previously, he had looked down on Chu Yang to the extreme, saying that Chu Yang wasn't worthy of any emotional fluctuations. But when he saw Chu Yang embarrassed, he still felt incomparably happy and kept humiliating Chu Yang. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Chu Yang's calm and unperturbed attitude immediately made Xiao Wanjin burn with anger. But because of what he said before, he forced himself to hold it in and didn't show it. It's tiring for you to hold it like this. You, Xiao Wanjin was completely enraged. Although he tried his best to restrain himself, his anger still showed. Xiao Wanjin, you'll always be a weakling. You're not worthy to be my opponent. I'll strip you of your clothes, and you'll be nothing. Oomph. Xiao Wanjin snorted coldly. I'm just a facade, but you don't even have the ability to strip me off. Chu Yang had to admit that he did not have the ability to do so. He fell silent again. Wild Dog. Xiao Wanjin laughed coldly. You've already wasted too much of my time. I'm here today to tell you that, Wild Dog, you'll die in the outer yard assessment. Boom. Xiao Wanjin's words were too straightforward. The onlookers couldn't help but stir up a commotion and discuss spiritedly. In the end, they felt that what was wrong with Xiao Wanjin doing this? How powerful was a person who could enslave a demon from hell? What did he need to hide? Wild Dog, as you said, sometimes death isn't the most terrifying thing, but the anxiety and fear of death is the most torturous. After saying this, Xiao Wanjin looked at Chu Yang with disdain and added, Lu Yunpeng and I have already treated you as prey and started a hunting competition. Take a guess. Who do you think will cut off your dog head first? Also now, you can vent your anger and fear to your heart's content, because time is running out. Xiao Wanjin, you and Lu Yunpeng can continue to daydream like this. Whoosh! Chu Yang left these words behind. Then, he returned to the seal with the parrot. He didn't make any sound after that. Xiao Wanjin also left quickly. Soon, the crowd burst into an uproar. This year's outer yard assessment is going to be interesting. Wild Dog is definitely going to die this time. That's not necessarily true. Wild Dog is not without any ability. There are many people who can face someone like Xiao Wanjin directly. We'll know when the time comes. Chapter 12:52. Strength. I need strength. If he kept a low profile while cultivating, he would often be humiliated by others. What was the point of cultivating? Today, Chu Yang was casually ridiculed by others. After returning to the seal, he was not angry, but his mood was very depressed and gloomy. In the end, he was too weak. No matter how much luck he had, no matter how many tricks he used, they were useless in the face of absolute strength. On this road, he still had a long way to go. After the parrot confirmed that its life was not in danger, Chu Yang entered a deep state of cultivation. His consciousness was isolated from the rest of the world. When Cui Xinho's group and the parrot sensed it, they immediately quieted down. After that, Cui Xinho's group also began to cultivate crazily. Chu Hang is probably going to explode from anger this time. Ever since I, the divine bird, followed him, I have never seen him suffer like today. The parrot muttered in its heart for a while and began to treat its injuries. For a time, there was not the slightest sound in the seal. Only the demonic energy of the outer heaven demon was rolling and roaming. The blood movement realm, through nourishing one's body, refining one's strength, as well as using medicinal baths and various other methods, can strengthen one's body and reach the realm of inner strength. After that, one can use one's aura to mobilize one's blood essence, causing it to rumble like thunder and blossom with divine light. Through the laws of the divine world that were imprinted on his body, as well as the 7 soul origins of the supreme existence of the divine world, Chu Yang began to deduce. In his mind, a series of images appeared. They seemed to be the images of the supreme existence of the divine world cultivating in the past. After analyzing these scenes, he finally determined the first step of the God world's cultivation, the blood movement realm. The God world does not have a martial soul. Without the help of a martial soul, their cultivation is almost the same as the heavenly soul realm's body cultivators. It is even more difficult than the heavenly soul realm's body cultivators. The body cultivators of the heavenly soul world were aided by their martial spirits, but there was no such thing as a martial spirit in the myriad God world. Their cultivation was entirely dependent on themselves, one step at a time, proudly walking down the great path of cultivation. In this aspect, the heavenly soul world was much weaker than the myriad God world. From this, Chu Yang understood why the heavenly soul world was on the defensive and the myriad God world was on the offensive. It was because the myriad God world was stronger. Chi refinement, Xiantian, violet palace, grotto heaven, primordial spirit, Godhead, true God, empyrean God. Chu Yang continued to make deductions from the images, deducing the martial realms of the various divine realms one by one. The blood-moving realm in the God's world corresponded to the heavenly soul realm in the heavenly soul realm. The Qi-refining realm corresponded to the Qi soul realm. The Xiantian realm corresponded to the ascending soul realm. The purple palace realm corresponded to the soul reincarnation realm. The Yuan Shun realm corresponded to the spirit realm. The Godhead corresponded to the soul fusion realm, and so on. Although the starting point was different and the path they walked was also different, in the end, it was the same. The two worlds had different cultivation systems, each with their own strengths and weaknesses. One could learn from the other. For example, in the same realm, the blood movement realm cultivators of the God world had a stronger physique compared to the heavenly soul world. However, the heavenly soul world's cultivators were able to cultivate true Qi from the beginning. This aspect was far stronger than the myriad God world. In the Qi refinement realm, the myriad God world did not need a martial soul to perform all kinds of magical arts. In comparison, the heavenly soul world either needed a martial soul or a visualization diagram of a martial soul. Although it was more realistic and stronger, it relied too much on the martial soul and was too restrained. It was far inferior to the myriad God world. Chapter 1253. If the blood transformation realm and Qi refining realm of the God's world were no match for the origin martial realm and Qi soul realm of the heavenly spirit world, then the ascending soul realm of the heavenly spirit world was no match for the Xiantian realm of the God's world. Purple Palace, Yuan Spirit, Godhead. After analyzing the realms of the God's world one by one, Chu Yang came to a conclusion. The God's world from the outside to the inside, from the body to the soul. Compared to the heavenly spirit world, the God's world didn't involve the soul from the very beginning, nor did they directly reveal the 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. It could be said that the heavenly spirit world and the God's world were opposites. My body cultivation isn't comprehensive at all, There are too many flaws in my cultivation. The heavenly spirit world's techniques are limited by martial souls and visualization diagrams, while the God's world's restrictions are much less. I can definitely use this as a reference. The Purple Palace is even more amazing than the domain. Once the Purple Palace is opened, it's an inner world that can store items. This is far from what the domain formed by the Wheel Soul can compare to. The Yuan spirit can leave the body and enter the void. Fusing with the heavens and transforming the heavens is much easier. Many thoughts emerged in Chu Yang's mind. In the end, he was very certain. The heavenly spirit world was better at improving the soul, while the God's world focused more on developing the human body. I've already used the laws of the two worlds as a foundation to strengthen the limitless body. I need to go through the God's world's cultivation system again. After 3 days of deduction, Chu Yang finally made a move. He used the demonic God martial spirit and used the demonic God walk art to extract his cultivation, condensing it all into a single point. Then, he completely sealed his cultivation and fell back to the beginning of the martial path. This action caused Sima Jian's eyes to narrow. Return to zero. What was he planning to do? Could it be that he already knew what Chu Yang was planning to do, but he didn't say anything? Chu Yang wasn't someone he could guide, nor could he guide Chu Yang on what path to walk. Chu Yang was ultimately not Cui Xinho, Hao Haodong, or O Luzhen. Waha, Master, you're up to something again. Chu Yang had always been the center of their attention, and Chu Yang's actions had drawn the natural laws of the God world into his body. Because of that, the parrot could faintly guess what Chu Yang was trying to do. Similarly, Cui Xinho and the others were the same, but they weren't as calm as the parrot. In the eastern wilderness, shouldn't you reconsider? The two cultivation systems are ultimately different. If there is a conflict, the consequences would be unimaginable. The two cultivation systems were bound to clash, just like the rules of two different worlds. It's the eastern wilderness. We need to be extremely cautious. Wait until it's more stable before trying. The risk will be lower. What do you know? The parrot had completely recovered from the blow of that day and lectured, Chu Heng, is this something you can imagine? Do what you need to do, and don't be noisy here. Don't worry. Chu Yang began to cultivate. In the God world, the beginning of the path of martial arts would be a medicinal bath and baptism. Only when one's body was strong enough would they begin to cultivate further. If I want to search for medicinal ingredients and temper my body day in and day out, that's too long. I'll use spiritual energy instead. However, he immediately realized that there was a problem. As soon as he took out a spirit vein and tried to absorb it, his fleshly body swallowed it up, leaving him stunned. After that, he murmured, I thought too simply. You only have one life, and cultivation is a one-time thing. Once you make a mistake, you can't change it unless you have medicine for regret. Chapter 1254. It seems that I can only comprehend the cultivation system of the divine world through the limitless body. His limitless body was still in its original state, so it was a new starting point. However, although he could use it to comprehend the cultivation system of the divine world, he was standing at a high point. There were still many details that he couldn't comprehend in detail. There's no other way. Chu Yang began to devour the spiritual veins. In the blink of an eye, he had devoured 10 spiritual veins. However, he didn't feel anything, so he began to devour the spiritual veins. One after another, in a short period of time, he had devoured over 1,000 spiritual veins. Moreover, it was over 1,000 spiritual veins. Out of the 10 spiritual veins, there were 3 types of spiritual veins. As for Lu Yunpeng and Xia Jinwan, they were given the corresponding spiritual veins. Hashtag yen %%, hashtag yen. The parrot was the first to lose its calm as it scolded. Chu Heng, you better stop the divine bird. You shouldn't attack a bird like this. Do you want the bird to commit suicide? Cui Xinho and the other 2 were also dumbfounded. They had obtained a spirit vein from Sima Jian, and after absorbing its spiritual energy for a long time, They hadn't even consumed 1/10 of its spiritual energy. After obtaining 10 spirit veins from the parrot, they had only used 1 spirit vein to cultivate and had saved the other 9. The 3 of them felt that they could leave it for their sons or even their grandsons. As for the parrot, although it had devoured 9 spiritual veins, it couldn't devour any more. Sima Jian was completely speechless. He had lived for so long, but he had never seen such a monster. A low spiritual vein was enough for an ordinary person to cultivate to the soul wheel realm. A middle spiritual vein could allow one to cultivate to the spirit realm. A high spiritual vein could allow one to cultivate to the soul fusion realm. In other words, the amount of spiritual veins devoured by 1,000 people wasn't as much as Chu Yang. However, what was frightening was that Chu Yang had no intention of stopping. 1,500 high spiritual veins, 2,000 high spiritual veins, 3,000 high spiritual veins. The parrot and the others were completely numb. They weren't surprised anymore. It was as if Chu Yang wasn't devouring spiritual veins, but noodles. There was nothing strange about it. However, 1,000 middle spiritual veins, 2,000 middle spiritual veins, 3,000 mid-grade spirit veins. The parrot squawked again. Cui Xinho and the other 2 were stunned. Sima Jian's eyes were wide open, but he couldn't say anything. However, this was not the end. Chu Yang devoured another 3,000 low-grade spirit veins. There were 11,000 spirit veins. Chu Yang had swallowed 9,000 spirit veins by now. The parrot was so startled that it immediately took precautions. Scammer Chu, I'm telling you that I won't lend out any of my spirit veins. So, don't even think about stealing my spirit veins. I don't have a spirit vein, but I do have a bird's life. It had more than 3,200 spirit veins, which was not a small number. It was afraid that Chu Yang would steal its spirit veins and swallow it. This was not impossible. After all, Kung Chu was a lunatic. Because of the spirit vein crisis, the parrot hated Xiao Wanjin even more. If Xiao Wanjin hadn't provoked Chu Yang, Chu Heng wouldn't have become so crazy. This rhythm was not a rhythm to frighten people, but a rhythm to frighten birds to death. Chu Yang himself was also incomparably shocked. He planned to use the limitless body to comprehend the cultivation system of the world of gods. However, the limitless body seemed to be a sleeping beast. As soon as he touched it, he activated the limitless body through the Destiny Twins. It seemed to have awakened this beast. It started to eat crazily. It could devour spiritual chi endlessly, like a bottomless pit. Even now, this bottomless pit had not been filled. Chapter 1255. Chu Yang had originally planned to keep a little bit of each of the 3 types of spirit veins. But it was impossible. Swallowing all of his 11,000 spirit veins wasn't enough. So he had to snatch the parrot's 2,000 spirit veins to fill up his limitless body. Boom! At this moment, 2 streams of qi and blood rushed out from Chu Yang's body. They were each 1,000 feet long, 1 yin and 1 yang. One of them was incredibly hot and gave off surging flames. However, the other was incredibly cold and gloomy. As soon as it rushed out, the temperature plummeted and snowflakes drifted down. The limitless body did not have a corresponding cultivation technique. This was the next problem, and Chu Yang was caught off guard. Previously, he had a corresponding response to this. In the martial arts of his previous life, Taiji, Xingyi, and other fist techniques seemed to contain the concept of limitless. He could cultivate those fist techniques, but his vision had changed. Everything had become completely different, so he was a little confused now. If there isn't one, then I'll create one myself. Chu Yang gritted his teeth, and then he became determined. He was even more ambitious. He wanted to create his own technique. Limitless gives birth to Taiji, and Taiji governs 2 things. They interact and transform. 1 yin and 1 yang is the Tao. Yin and yang are 2 sides of the same coin. They hide and replace each other. They cannot be fixed by one. Although the 2 are not fixed, they change with the Tao. The upper can be the Tao, and the lower can be the Tao. The Tao has endless uses, and it exists everywhere. It is determined by its use. Once used, yin and yang are fixed. Although the two are fixed, they can change at any time. Hence, it is said that yin and yang are two, and one is to be treated as one. Limitless gives birth to Taiji. Taiji creates yang when it moves, and stillness when it moves. Stillness gives birth to yin, and stillness returns to motion. Motion and stillness are the roots of each other. Dividing yin and yang, two polarities exist. Chu Yang's eyes were like swords, his fists were like stars, his waist was like a dragon, and his legs were like lightning. He was agile and strong, and yin and yang were side by side. His blood rushed to the sky. Boom! Chu Yang stepped forward and punched. Suddenly, heaven and earth were in chaos, and the void was about to shatter. Then, there was another change. As his hands moved, the yin fish and the yang fish appeared. A burst of qi of the great Tao burst forth and split into two, forming a circle around him. It made him look like a Taiji diagram. Ah! The parrot screeched. This is not true. Absolutely not true. Chu Hang is so fierce. This divine bird will never have the chance to turn things around and will never be able to satisfy my master's craving. This, Sima Jian wasn't shocked but horrified. Although he knew that Chu Yang had absorbed the laws of the heavenly soul world and myriad god world into his body, he never thought that it would be this terrifying. Just as he began to deduce, the aura of the great Tao actually appeared and circulated. This was unheard of. With his current cultivation level, it was impossible for him to do such a thing. Boom! The yin fish suddenly jumped out and transformed into a dragon. It didn't change, but there seemed to be a curved black line in the void, as if the void was cut open. But in reality, that wasn't the case. It seemed to be the trajectory of the great Tao. Boom! The yang fish also transformed into a dragon and shot out like an aurora. Its speed was so fast that it couldn't be seen with the naked eye. The parrot, Cui Xinho, and the other two no longer dared to approach the space where Chu Yang was. Only Sima Jian stood there in a daze. At first, the parrot and the others didn't understand what was going on. However, when the death energy and life energy rushed out of Sima Jian's body and intertwined to form a Taiji diagram, they immediately understood. Tao Enlightenment. Chapter 1256. Almost a month had passed, and the Sky Academy's outer yard assessment was coming. However, both Chu Yang and Sima Jian were immersed in a deep state of enlightenment, forgetting everything else. Chu Yang continued to deduce. He went from Wuji to Tai Chi, and it became more and more like an embryonic form. The yin fish and the yang fish had completely transformed. The fish leaped into a dragon and sublimated to the extreme. Each spat out a scroll, looking more mysterious and unpredictable. Not only that, but the faint chi of the three powers of heaven, earth, and man, and the four symbols had also flowed out. The chi of the four symbols was stronger than that of the three powers. Chu Yang killed Li Shengsan. Not only did he comprehend the creation divine sense, but he also got the visualization diagrams of the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise from Li Shengsan. Therefore, it was easier for him to deduce the four symbols. Trap bird, the outer yard assessment has begun. Do you want to wake up Eastern Wilderness? Hurry up, are you stupid? The parrot rolled its eyes and gave Cui Xinho a sidelong glance. It had never seen such a foolish person. Pit Chu had sunk into such a state of mind. How rare was that? Not even the heavens could wake him up, not even the end of the world. If Eastern Wilderness doesn't participate in the outer yard assessment, won't Eastern Wilderness be looked down upon by Lu Yunpeng and Xiao Wanjin? I'm afraid they'll think that Eastern Wilderness is afraid of them. Hao Haodong and O Lejing opened their mouths again, and the parrot immediately concluded that these three people were the pig teammates mentioned by Chu Yang in the phrase, "Don't be afraid of a godlike opponent, but be afraid of a pig-like teammate." Oh, you'll lose a piece of meat if you're looked down upon. Dang dang, you'll die tonight if you're considered a coward. Damn trap bird. Cui Xinho and the other two cursed in their hearts. Didn't they know what was more important? They were just saying it, but they were belittled by this trap bird. Also, the parrot poked the three of them with its wing. You three are three pigs. Without Chu Hang, you three pigs must not be stupid and send yourselves to be killed. Stupid bird. Cui Xinho and the others were furious. They knew that if they took the test, they would definitely be targeted by the Sky Academy. What are you staring at? The parrot began to lecture them again. Based on the behavior of the three of you just now, it's obvious that you're itching to make a move in the outer court exam, and your hearts are itching unbearably. This divine bird was wrong to lecture you. Let this divine bird tell you, don't think you're so great. Once you go out, you're not even trash. The parrot still remembered how Xiao Wanjin had defeated it with a single palm strike. That was the humiliation of its bird life, a permanent black mark. It had to admit that its opponent was strong, extremely strong. If it were not for Chu Yang, it would have become a dead bird. The parrot had seen through their little scheme, so they couldn't get angry. But the parrot's words had really hurt their self-esteem. Since they came to the Sky Academy, they had been cultivating hard almost day and night without slacking off. Naturally, they were itching to show off their skills, which was understandable. Even if you criticize, you should be gentle. Humans are inferior to birds. What a gloomy world. Humans are inferior to birds. What a dark world. Humans are inferior to birds. What a miserable world. One is marked by the company one keeps. The three of them have been led astray by Chu Yang. Ha ha ha. The parrot laughed. Chu Hang is not here, so I'm the boss. You three be careful, or I'll strip you naked and hang you up to dry. Then they began to cultivate. Chapter 12:57. What's going on? Didn't they say that the assessment would start at noon? Why hasn't it started yet? The candidates were already muttering among themselves. Do you know who is in charge of the outer court assessment this year? What does this have to do with who is in charge of the assessment? This is an idiot. The assessment is complete. The candidates were already discussing in twos and threes, as if they knew the reason why the assessment hadn't started yet. I heard that the ones in charge of the assessment this time are Soul Fusion Sage, Nirvana Sage, and Dharma Sage. This is really unprecedented. They must be after Wild Dog. Nonsense. If they weren't after Wild Dog, the assessment would have started long ago. I think Wild Dog won't participate in the outer court assessment this time. If he participates, he'll be courting death. Losing face is better than losing one's life. Wild Dog is obviously very rational, but unfortunately, we're unlucky. Xiao Chang'e, Xiong Longxiang, Lu Yunpeng, and Xia Jinwan were all frowning at this moment. What everyone said might be true. Brother Xia, you were too harsh previously. Lu Yunpeng despised Chu Yang to the extreme. Who would have thought? Xia Jinwan was a little annoyed and surprised. Wild Dog was so arrogant previously. He really didn't expect Wild Dog to not come. That day, he shouldn't have mentioned the Hell Demon, knowing that he was no match for Wild Dog. How could he return? This time, he had really shot himself in the foot. If Wild Dog continues to be dormant, when will I be able to vent my anger? Gradually, Lu Yunpeng's anger rose, and he hated Xiao Wanjin as well. He thought to himself, Xiao Wanjin, this idiot. If I had known, I wouldn't have suggested it to him. Damn it. The outer court assessment has to be rescheduled. After a long time, Xiao Wanjin opened his mouth and said, the Wild Dog is probably bitterly cultivating right now. If he hasn't achieved his goal and hasn't reached a certain level of cultivation, he probably won't appear. So many of us are waiting for him, a Wild Dog. Xiao Wanjin, don't you think it's ridiculous to praise a Wild Dog like this? If he was late for the assessment, even Lu Yunpeng wouldn't get such treatment. But in the end, Wild Dog could be said to be the best in the Sky Academy. Then do you have a better idea? The impoliteness in Lu Yunpeng's words made Xia Wanjin sneer. Or perhaps you're a magnanimous person who has already forgiven Wild Dog, so you're not sensitive to the words return the money? When Lu Yunpeng heard these two words, he immediately clenched his teeth so hard that they made cracking sounds. Now, everyone was using this to stab him. If he didn't kill Chu Yang, he wouldn't be human. Then we'll change the date. Too many people were paying attention to Chu Yang, waiting for Chu Yang to appear. Shangguan Lan, Shangguan Mei, and Little Red were the same. Even Nangong Fian, a Sky Academy holy disciple, changed his appearance and came to participate in the assessment. Little Sheep, he's really amazing. So many people are waiting for him. When did the Sky Academy place so much importance on a person? Little Red mocked on Shangguan Lan's shoulder. Is he going to play shameless, or is he going to play with the warlords again? Shangguan Mei muttered to herself. No matter what, some people are probably very anxious now. I think they will feel bad if they use all their strength to punch empty air. Shangguan Lan only laughed. She then looked at the girl that Nangong Fian had turned into and laughed. For example, someone, Puchi. Shangguan Mei laughed when she thought of Nangong Fian's actions. Nangong Fian glared at her with killing intent in his eyes. Because the space-time tunnel seal isn't stable, to avoid any accidents, the Academy made a rule that the outer court assessment will be delayed by a month. The appearance of the soul-merging saint and suddenly announcing such an order caused an uproar. They felt that it was inconceivable. If that was the case, wouldn't the entire upper house of the Sky Academy have to wait for that Wild Dog? Was Wild Dog so respected that so many people were waiting for him? After the entrance assessment was the servant assessment, then the outer court assessment, inner court assessment, elite assessment, and so on. Once the outer court assessment was delayed, there would be a series of effects. The inner court assessment and elite assessment would all be delayed. Chapter 1258. The competition of the 6 academies is extremely grand. So many students need to be selected. Some saints will be selected, and most of them will be elite students. There will also be many inner yard students. Because the academy is preparing for the next competition of the 6 academies, we must let some students see the world and feel the atmosphere of the competition of the 6 academies. Wild Dog is so capable. He not only made the students of the outer yard wait for him, but also the inner yard, the elite yard, and even the saints of the Sky Academy wait for him. He really has a lot of face. A lot of face? Humph, he has offended all of us in the Sky Academy. I don't even know how he died. He has offended all of us in the Sky Academy long ago. Last time, he made a lot of trouble with the help of the seal of the space-time channel. This is a crime on top of crime. He deserves to die. In the hubbub, anger, sneers, and sinister laughter, the students of the outer yard dispersed and went back to their own homes. However, the impact was not small. The whole Sky Academy was shocked. Now, everyone knew that the Sky Academy was waiting for one person, Chu Yang. Chu Yang, the Wild Dog, actually changed the rules of the Sky Academy over the years. Such a thing had never happened before. The Wild Dog's words of no one before and no one after, he finally matched them. However, no matter how noisy it was outside, Chu Yang didn't hear it at all. Even if many people came to clamor later, he didn't notice it. After what happened last time, the parrot was almost killed. The parrot and Shui Xinho didn't pay attention to the clamor at all, so they didn't respond. Some people said that the Wild Dog was completely scared. Others said that it was because Xiao Wanjin beat the Wild Dog hard last time, so the Wild Dog was obedient. After hearing it, Xiao Wanjin was so angry that he almost spat out blood. In a short period of time, he was satirized many times. Xiao Wanjin, you are awesome. You are really awesome. In this way, another 10 days passed. It was impossible to determine how Chu Yang's cultivation of the limitless body and his deduction of Taiji was progressing. However, the Taiji that he deduced seemed to be slowly taking shape. At this moment, he was like a mountain, towering and unmoving. In his midline, there was a dragon's curve that divided his body into yin and yang. In his left and right hands, the sun and the moon appeared respectively. The light that erupted from the grand sun made people unable to look directly at it. The bright moon shone brightly and shone brightly. He was a Taiji diagram with his body as the center. Outside his body, there was another Taiji diagram. The chi of yin and yang flowed outside his body, forming a large circular plate. It was like the sun and the moon, making him look like he was in the center of the sun and the moon. He was the master of the sun and the moon. He was invulnerable to all spells, smelting heaven and earth, and only he was supreme. Suddenly, he moved, but it was as if nothing had happened. The parrot and the others had been paying attention to Chu Yang the entire time, but hadn't noticed anything. At this moment, he seemed to have become one with the heavens, with the earth, and with heaven and earth. His Tao was natural, and every move he made was like the laws of heaven and earth. It was impossible to see. His sleeves fluttered in the wind, making him look like an immortal. As his feet touched the ground, the sound of the Tao could be heard. He was like an immortal descending into the mortal world. This feeling is marvelous, he thought. Is this the embryonic form of my own magical technique? It seems to be very powerful. Chu Yang had already awoken from his deep state of cultivation. Seeing that the parrot and the others hadn't noticed him, he waved his hands in front of him. Rumble. An enormous yin and yang diagram appeared, which looked like the wheel of a godlord. It whistled through the air toward the parrot and the others, causing the void to rumble. "Motherfucker," the parrot shrieked. "Chu Hang is one of us. Don't kill the innocent." Roar. Chapter 1259. Ah! The parrot screamed as all of its feathers were burned away. The smell of burnt meat could be smelled from its body. It couldn't extinguish the flames. The 7 wheels immediately flashed, and an egg-shaped, 9-colored light barrier emerged from its body. However, it was also burned through. "Chu Hang, what the hell are you doing? Are you trying to kill this bird? You need a reason. This divine bird has been very obedient recently." The Tai Chi diagram rolled up, and the flames retracted. The parrot was no different from a roasted bird. Chu Yang was stunned and muttered, "My technique seems to be very scary. Little bastard, I didn't expect you to be so weak. You can't even take a joke. I despise you." Chu Yang took the initiative to attack. The parrot was furious. "Chu Hang, don't think that I didn't hear you. You're trying to kill me. But since you are wise and powerful, you taught me such a bullshit technique. We are even." The parrot's eyes lit up. This crazy guy's trick was so fierce. For the past month, it had been brave. It was already at the 2nd level of the soul fusion realm and had passed through 2 lightning tribulations. Yet it was still so weak. "It's not mature yet. Let me think about it." Chu Yang sensed his body and was shocked to find that even though he had sealed his original cultivation, his body had increased by 10,000 dragon powers. A heavenly barrier had also appeared in his consciousness. The heavenly barrier of a rank 7 array master. Once again, Chu Yang sensed that his spiritual power had skyrocketed. He could even feel that his soul power had also skyrocketed. It had already undergone some kind of great transformation. He could faintly feel that he was on par with divine and devil martial spirits. So fierce, his divine demon martial soul was much more powerful than his soul. It was like a law phase stage martial artist versus a primitive martial stage martial artist. If this was the case, then his soul power had already reached the spirit stage. The credit of the laws of 2 worlds and the credit of the limitless body. A strong body nourishes the soul, and the soul becomes stronger. These are the 2 reasons that Chu Yang could find. After that, he continued to cultivate. After reaching the blood movement realm, his progress was extremely fast. After all, his later cultivation had many similarities with the heavenly soul realm. Qi refining realm, innate realm, violet palace realm, grotto heaven. At the very center of Chu Yang Sea of Energy was a pool of lightning, which the experts of the God world used to create things like azure dragons, white tigers, bells, pagodas, buildings, and more. The lightning pool was the foundation of the Qi refining realm. As for the Xiantian realm, Chu Yang directly passed it. With a loud rumble, the lightning pool collapsed and transformed into a purple palace. In the blink of an eye, the purple Qi in his sea of Qi surged. When his consciousness reached into his Zifu, there seemed to be 100 miles of purple Qi surging endlessly. Immediately after, the Zifu shrank and became chaotic. A dazzling light tore through the chaos, and a sun appeared. That was the heavenly passage. In the heavenly abode, there was even a faint human figure that had already appeared. That was the primordial spirit that the martial artists of the divine realm spoke of. In less than 20 days, Chu Yang had managed to reach the level that the cultivators of the god realm had spent a long time to achieve. If his guess was correct, it wasn't because of his contributions, nor was it because of his shocking talent. It was because of competition. The heavenly soul world and the god world were competing. He cultivated the martial system of the god world, and his cultivation base was far inferior to that of the heavenly soul world. Therefore, all of these changes had been caused by the laws of the god world within him. That was why he had been able to advance so quickly. As for the reason why his soul had increased in strength, it was because his primordial spirit had to correspond with Chu Yang's divine soul. Furthermore, his divine soul contained the 7 soul essences of 2 unparalleled existences. When a clam fights, the fisherman benefits. Grandpa Chu has picked up a great bargain. After Chu Yang understood all of this, he was ecstatic. This great bargain that he picked up was a gargantuan fortune. Rumble. At this moment, because Chu Yang had cultivated the body cultivation of the god world to the grotto heaven realm, his originally sealed cultivation base seemed to have been stimulated. It broke the seal and rushed out. In an instant, the 2 torrents collided. Under such circumstances, Chu Yang was going to suffer. But since the 2 worlds had collided in his body before, it wasn't a problem for him to deal with it. As the 2 reached the state of yin and yang within Chu Yang's body, the sun and the moon moved side by side, forming a perfect balance. Only then did everything calm down. At this time, Chu Yang realized that his physical strength had reached a total of 20,000 dragon's power. Great, 20,000 dragon force. If I burst out 9 times, it would be 180,000 dragon force. I can kill a 9th level soul fusion realm expert with 1 punch. What a pity. However, he was soon dissatisfied. 180,000 dragon force wasn't a match for a 1st level transcendence realm expert. In the transcendence realm, spiritual energy was transformed into spiritual energy. Therefore, it was even more difficult for a body cultivator to deal with a transcendence realm expert. Only those with at least 200,000 dragon force could be a match for a transcendence realm expert. A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Then, Chu Yang laughed at himself. This was already very shocking. If news of this spread, it would definitely shake the world. Moreover, as he had a better understanding and fusion of the 2 cultivation systems in the future, his strength would increase tremendously. Waha! Seeing that Chu Yang had finished cultivating, the parrot flew over with a strange smile. Master, I thought you would miss the outer court assessment. Outer court assessment. Chapter 1260. In an incomparably spacious square in the outer court of the Sky Courtyard. At this time, almost all the students of the outer court of the Sky Courtyard were gathered here. Except for a small number of outer court students who did not participate in the outer court assessment due to low strength or other reasons, most of the outer court students were here now. The crowd was surging, bustling, and noisy. At a glance, the densely packed heads were like a school of fish. No one knew how many people there were, but there were at least 300,000 people. In front of the huge square, there were 3 huge light formations that had emerged. Faintly, there was a great energy fluctuation that was emitted from them. These 3 light formations were all teleportation formations. The students who participated in the outer court assessment would be teleported to 3 different assessment places according to these 3 teleportation formations. Although the 3 assessment places had been confirmed, they had not been announced yet. In the spacious square, Xiao Changge, Xiong Longxiang, Lu Yunpeng, Xiao Wanjin, and Sheng Wanlan had all arrived. Different people had different thoughts, but at this moment, everyone seemed to have one thing in common. Would Chu Yang come this time? Xiao Changge, Lu Yunpeng, and the others were most concerned about this. As time passed, they still did not see Chu Yang's figure, and they were already anxious in their hearts. Damn it, is Wild Dog really going to be a coward? Lu Yunpeng was not only anxious, but also incomparably resentful. He had waited for nearly a month before, and now he had waited for another month. It had been almost 2 months, and his patience had been completely worn out. Xiao Wanjin's face was also gloomy. Now he did not have the slightest arrogance and bossiness. There was only anger, regret, and hatred. How could he have been so stupid before, scaring Wild Dog so much that he completely cowered? If Wild Dog cowered, no one would laugh at him. Who asked Xiao Wanjin to be so strong? So it was natural that Wild Dog did not participate in the outer court assessment. On the contrary, Wild Dog participated in the outer court assessment, which was why he was ridiculed for being stupid. That damn bastard. Nangong Fian changed his appearance, gnashing his teeth beside Shangwan Lan. If Nangong Fian were to describe Chu Yang right now, it would definitely be, Wild Dog deserves to die, but also cunning and sly. Shangwan Lan was speechless. Then she smiled. If Chu Yang didn't appear, people like Nangong Fian, who were waiting for their humiliation, could only suffer. Right now, no one knew how much they felt, how much hatred, and how much anger they felt. If Chu Yang really didn't come in the end, she would just brush him off. However, she felt that it was more likely that Chu Yang would appear. Or perhaps Chu Yang was already hiding in the crowd, looking at Nangong Fian and the others, secretly laughing. Why hasn't it started yet? Is the test going to be delayed a second time because we have to wait for a Wild Dog? If that's the case, isn't it going too far? The test is the test. How can it be delayed because of this? It's just a Wild Dog. If you want to kill him, you can do it any time. Why do you have to make such a big fuss? Are you afraid that others won't know? What a joke. We have so many people, but we can't even compare to a Wild Dog. Among the students, there were many who could not take it anymore. If you want to kill the Wild Dog, go ahead. I won't stop you, but don't delay me. What is going on? If you don't have the ability, why are you shouting? Chapter 1261. Xiao Chang'e, Xiong Longxiang, Lu Yunpeng, and Xiao Wanjin all felt the pressure because they were the targets of criticism. The Soul Fusion Sage, the Dharma characteristic sage, and the Nirvana sage who came to preside over the outer court assessment felt their faces burning. Because of their selfishness, they had gone overboard. Not to mention the students, even the neutral ones in the academy had opinions about them. If this went on, the Sage Master would come to them. We can't wait any longer. If we want to kill Wild Dog, we have to find another opportunity. The Soul Fusion Sage and the other two looked at each other and nodded. They had reached an agreement. Immediately, the Soul Fusion Sage stood up and said loudly, "This assessment is a little different from the previous ones, so I and the other two sages will preside over it." With his first sentence, Sage Melted Soul defended the three of them. Once he spoke, it meant that the test had officially begun. Damn you, you can hide for a while, but can you hide for a while? Hateful. I've been teased by that bastard again, and this time, Wild Dog, I swear I won't be a human if I don't tear you into pieces. For a moment, the anger in the hearts of Xiao Chang'e, Xiong Longxiang, and Lu Yunpeng reached the limit. They had waited for 2 months, sharpening their swords, and imagining the scene of them venting their hatred again and again. But in the end, it was all in vain. The reason for the postponement of the outer court assessment this time is that the venue of the assessment this time is much more amazing than the previous ones. The Soul Fusion Sage explained the reason for the postponement of the assessment. Of course, his words were very good, and the outer court students were in an uproar. Was this the compensation given by someone for postponing the assessment by a month? The students felt much better in their hearts. This time, the 3 venues of the assessment can be said to be extremely unusual. You can look forward to it. The 3 venues of the assessment are respectively: the Soul Fusion Sage had whetted the students' appetite and was about to announce the venue of the assessment, but at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from not far away. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound and saw a group of people flying over at high speed. From afar, he could see that the leader had a bird with extremely bright feathers on his shoulder. Soon after, this group of 4 people and a bird approached. They flew over, silver pouches everywhere, especially the person at the very front. He had a mocking smile on his face, and his eyes were filled with disdain. It could be said that this person's every movement and expression was filled with mockery, disdain, and contempt. He was like a moving shadow in Zhu In's heart. Let me ask you, how big is the shadow in your heart right now? How much rage points do you have right now? In the end, his relaxed expression seemed to be asking, have you been waiting for too long? Sorry, I just want you to wait. Wait until I'm angry. Wait until I can say, I'm just that sheep. Come and bite me to death if you have the ability. As soon as he appeared, Xiao Wanjin and the others were overjoyed. However, in an instant, their joy disappeared and they all clenched their teeth. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. There were not many people in the Sky Academy who could arouse the hatred of so many people. It could be said that except for Chu Yang, there were not many people. Chu Yang had come. He had finally come. When everyone thought that he would never come, he had come. After all the people's emotions had gone in a circle like a dog, he had finally come. He had come late. Chu Yang had learned from Parrot and the others that the assessment of the outer court of the Sky Academy had been postponed for a whole month because of him. During this period of time, there had been people clamoring outside, and more people wanted to explore the seal and other various situations. Chapter 1262. The wild dog will die in the outer yard assessment. Chu Yang remembered this sentence very clearly. At this moment, he sneered in his heart. You really put in a lot of effort to kill me. In order to make it in time for the assessment, Chu Yang did not have extra time to understand the changes in his body and the specific situation of his current cultivation, so he rushed here quickly. 10 years was not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. This was not suitable for Chu Yang. For a gentleman to take revenge, 10 seconds was too long, not to mention 2 months, not to mention 10 years. If he missed it this time, he would really miss it. Those people had made an exception to postpone the outer yard assessment for Chu Yang by a month. It was impossible for them to postpone the outer yard assessment again because of him. Let's see who will die this time. With killing intent in his heart, Chu Yang went to participate in the outer yard assessment as fast as he could. He made it in time. At this moment, there was a commotion in the square. In the entire square, countless gazes were cast in that direction. A thin figure was getting closer and closer. His face was getting clearer and clearer in their eyes. Looking at this figure, the students of the outer yard who were participating in the assessment all lowered their voices in disgust. Many of them looked at this figure with curiosity. Recently, none of the things that Chu Yang had done were small. Not only did they shake the Sky Academy, but they also spread throughout the East Continent. I can't, so I won't. Such a sentence was so domineering, but Chu Yang did it, playing with the warlords. With the seal of the space-time tunnel, he played with the people of the Sky Academy. How bold he was! He even dared to play with such a thing. In the eyes of many students, such a thing was comparable to a legend. Even if Chu Yang was from the eastern wilderness, they had to admire him. Of course, they could not estimate the power Chu Yang had. But in any case, this Chu Yang was definitely extraordinary. Under the gazes of many amazed eyes, Chu Yang arrived above the square and immediately made a gesture. I am here. The parrot followed closely behind. I see. I am indeed loved by all. You are all waiting for me, wahaha. Chu Yang and the parrot both put their hands on their hips. Zhang Yang laughed out loud and said, I am a god. I'm a godlike young man. I'm a godlike parrot. After the opening remarks were over, Chu Yang cupped his fists towards the crowd and said, I'm sorry I'm late. However, it's only right for you to wait for me. After all, I'm the legendary heartthrob. Everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They were so shocked that they were charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Their bodies seemed to emit the fragrance of cooked meat. Not to mention those who had never seen Chu Yang's shamelessness. Even those who had seen it were all extremely stimulated. It could be said that they had seen the world. When the forest was big, there were all kinds of birds. They understood this saying very well. Kaka. The sound of teeth chattering could be heard. Hateful, hateful, too hateful. Especially Xiao Chang'e, Lu Yunpeng, and the others, they were so stimulated that they almost wanted to kill someone. Now, they were fuming with anger and jumping with rage. Many people were speechless again. They seemed to have realized for the first time that such a person could be so hateful. He was just shameless, but so many people were grinding their teeth and almost losing control. They were so angry that they wanted to destroy everything, including themselves. Chapter 1263. Damned wild dog. Wild dog, you still dare to be so impudent. I'll let you be proud for now. When the time comes, I'll settle the score with you. Aside from the furious Xiao Wanjin, Xiong Long Xiang, and the others, there were also many students who cursed in their hearts. Chu Yang and the parrot had truly provoked them. They had never seen a person that could make them grit their teeth in anger. The soul-merging sage and the others wanted to ignore Chu Yang, but Chu Yang was like a thorn that pierced into their eyes. They were unable to do so. The entire plaza suddenly turned silent. Because of Chu Yang's arrival, many people had complicated feelings in their hearts. Everyone, long time no see. Did you miss me? I missed you, you bastard. Chu Yang clearly felt that he was attracting more and more hatred. However, he didn't care at all. Instead, he smiled even more happily. Oh, where's the applause? Where's the screaming? Don't be stingy with your enthusiasm. Enthusiasm is a shortcut to success. I guarantee with my dignity that every word I say is the truth. It's starting again. It was almost the same stinging words, the same smiling face, and the same ridicule. Wild Dog's solo performance was once again performed. Chu Yang calmly faced the countless gazes. He knew that many people were probing his cultivation, but he ignored them. He secretly laughed in his heart. You're quite capable to be able to see my current combat strength. Even I, Grandpa Chu, don't know how strong I am. Who do you think you are? The soul-merging sage, the law aspect sage, and the nirvana sage were three of these people. Now that they saw Chu Yang again, they felt that they couldn't see through Chu Yang. This wild dog hid his strength too well. They felt uneasy in their hearts, but when they confirmed that Chu Yang was at most at the 9th level of the spirit stage, they were completely relieved. If Wild Dog's cultivation is only at this level, even if he's hiding something, Lu Yunpeng and Xiao Wanjin should have no problem killing him. How could Lu Yunpeng and Xiao Wanjin not hide anything? How could they not have secrets that others didn't know? No matter what, their statuses were many times higher than Chu Yang's. Miss Shangwan, I haven't seen you for 2 months. My love for you has grown deeper and deeper. After Chu Yang finished provoking everyone, he began his love story. Therefore, I made another poem. This damned bastard, Nangong Fian, was simply about to explode from anger. Shangwan Lan blushed again. Did Chu Yang come up with another poem like, I love you, that made people so embarrassed that they couldn't see anyone? Cough, cough. Chu Yang cleared his throat out of habit. Then, he began to speak with boundless emotions. With a voice that he thought was full of magnetism, he said in a cadence, Who will hold my hand and restrain my madness for half a lifetime? You're indeed crazy. Who will kiss my eyes and cover my wanderings for half a lifetime? Who will kiss you? Who will caress my face and comfort my sorrow for half a lifetime? Shangwan Lan finally couldn't take it anymore. Who will bury my sorrow and laugh at the vanity of the world and my madness? Cover my lips and remove my wanderings for half a lifetime. Embrace me and remove my frivolity for half a lifetime. Chapter 1264. My impression of the little sheep is not like this. You used to be silly and cute, but now you are so cunning. Chu Yang also completely overturned his impression of Little Red. Holding your hand, accompanying you for 1,000 lives, kissing your eyes, accompanying you for 10,000 reincarnations. Holding your hand, accompanying you for a lifetime of hardships, kissing your eyes, giving you a lifetime of affection. Chu Yang became more and more emotional, and the parrot was frantically making notes in its heart. The notes were called Chu Hang's great method of picking up girls, Cui Xinho, O Lujing, and how Haodong's eyes widened like copper bells. Pursuing a girl like this, you can be shameless, but you are not afraid of scaring the girl. I will hold your hand and take everything you have in this life. I will caress your neck and block the wind and rain of your life. Chu Yang's deep feelings changed rapidly, and he said narcissistically, I am really talented. Shang Wanlan was still immersed in the imagination of Chu Yang holding her hand, caressing her neck, blocking the wind and rain of her life. But Chu Yang suddenly said such a sentence. She seemed to have been hit by a stick. Damn it, brother sheep, I'm going to skin you. Her face was red, and she had already gritted her teeth. It's over. Shang Wan Mei saw the situation and directly surrendered. Her own family's young miss had actually been seduced by such a lecher, using such an absurd method. Furthermore, she had fallen deeper and deeper, to the point where there was no saving her. Chu Yang, are you done? Sage Merged Soul couldn't bear it anymore and angrily rebuked. TCH. Chu Yang didn't despise him and immediately said, So it's like this, I can't even say that I love you. It's all so wrong. Then he lowered his head and immediately looked very sad and wronged, and said sadly, Sage, I am still young, and I don't know that this is also wrong. I admit that I am wrong. Let me go back and cry. With that, he said to the parrot, Little bitch, let's go back and reflect. We must be different and walk an unusual path. Waha! The parrot laughed strangely and opened its beak in an exaggerated manner. Master, you have such a great idea. This divine bird's worship for you is like the endless 10,000 great mountains, and also like the raging waves of the sea. My worship and admiration for you is very rhythmic. Immediately, Chu Yang took the parrot, Chui Xinho, and Meng Hao back to reflect on their actions. Everyone was speechless. Chu Yang was like a child throwing a tantrum. However, the soul-melting sage was neither his father nor his mother. So why was he throwing a tantrum? However, Chu Yang really knew how to cause trouble. They were definitely the soul-merging sage. Now, they really wanted to slap their mouths and even kneel down to beg for mercy. They wanted to tell Chu Yang that he was the ancestor of the soul-merging sage. The soul-merging sage watched as Chu Yang left. His mind was in a mess, and he didn't know what to do. Then his vision turned black, and he fell to the ground with a plop. In order to make Chu Yang fall into their trap, many of them spent a lot of effort, and even pushed back the assessment by a month. Now, they were about to succeed, but because of his words, the cooked duck flew away. It would be strange if he could recover. At this moment, he wanted to ask the Supreme Time whether it could reverse time and whether there was a medicine for regret in this world. My footsteps have become even more resolute. I must walk an unusual path. When Chu Yang heard the sound of the soul-melting sage falling to the ground, he was even more determined to leave. At this time, many people were no longer watching Chu Yang leave. Instead, they were all looking at the soul-melting sage, the aspect sage, and the nirvana sage. Obviously, the three of them were too thoroughly exposed. They were completely caught by the wild dog and were beaten up ruthlessly. They couldn't do anything right, but they were good at spoiling things. The aspect sage and the nirvana sage gritted their teeth. Chapter 12:65. Even though they knew that this was not Sage Merged Soul's fault, but that wild dog knew that they were in a hurry to kill him. So he manipulated them. But even so, the resentment in their hearts could not be quelled. Prisoners on death row had food to eat before they died. Would it kill Wild Dog to be so smug? Wild Dog, are you afraid? Lu Yinpeng had never been so anxious before. But when he saw Chu Yang's departing figure, he became anxious like never before. He was like an ant on a hot pan. His heart was almost anxious. He immediately roared. Xiao Wanjin almost had the same mentality as Lu Yunpeng. He looked coldly at Sage Merged Soul, and his heart was full of disgust. Old man, how stupid are you to be like this? Just now, you were the only one who was angry and provoked. I had to bear it and didn't dare to make sound. How dare you? At this moment, not to mention Lu Yunpeng and Xiao Wanjin, Even Xiao Chang'e and Xiong Longxiang couldn't wait to kill Sage Merged Soul. Although they hated and despised Wild Dog very much, Wild Dog's words were right. Don't be afraid of a godlike opponent, but be afraid of a pig-like teammate. Hey, you finally made a sound? If you didn't make a sound, Grandpa Chu would have screwed up. When Chu Yang heard Lu Yunping's roar, he felt relieved and couldn't help but smile. He stopped, turned around, and looked at Lu Yunpeng with a smile. Seeing that you were so pitiful, I reluctantly stayed. Puff! Lu Yunpeng was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He was just trying to provoke him. How could he be pitiful? But people's eyes seemed to completely agree with this statement. Lu Yunpeng was begging Chu Yang just now. If not, why did you have the ability to make Chu Yang get lost? This was naturally caused by Lu Yunpeng's own mind. Of course, he could easily shout the word "get lost," so it was not difficult at all. But when the words reached his throat, he swallowed them back down and found a strong reason. I've already been humiliated by Wild Dog once. I've already lost all my face. What else do I have to worry about? I don't care if it happens again. He didn't say anything, but he glared at Sage Danhun with a murderous look in his eyes, causing Sage Danhun's face to burn. These weren't very obvious, but Chu Yang's divine senses were extremely sharp, and he saw through all of them. He didn't hide anything and directly laughed loudly. Laughter resounded throughout the entire hall. It was so ironic that Lu Yunpeng, Xiao Wanjin, and the others were about to explode from anger. Interesting, very interesting. Chu Yang laughed heartily. Now that you're feeling so complicated and profound, I think you're qualified to be listed on the miracle list of the East Continent. This was a blatant ridicule and humiliation. Wild Dog humiliated all of them in front of everyone. They wanted to shout out, "Wild Dog, just you wait," but they didn't shout out in the end. Because if the Wild Dog really left, they would really be ridiculed and humiliated by Wild Dog for nothing. If they gave up halfway, they would be even more ridiculed. They had no choice but to swallow their anger. They had been slapped on the left side of their faces, so they had to put their right faces forward and face it with a smile. They were humiliated to the extreme, shamed to the extreme, and hated it to the extreme. This humiliation couldn't be washed away by all the water in the world. This hatred and anger couldn't be measured by the depth of the sea and the height of the sky. Don't look at me with that face. Chu Yang laughed and said, "If I shout out that we're very pitiful and need my help, I'll stay. After all, if I don't do that, how can I show that I'm different from the rest?" Beating them to death, ruthlessly exterminating them. The Wild Dog had not stopped. Everyone's hearts shook fiercely, and they were all frightened to death. Wild Dog had gone too far. Killing people with just a nod of the head was already the best he could do. What else did he want? What bullshit killing people with just a nod of the head? If someone wants to kill me, why should I hold back? Why should I sympathize with them, pity them, comfort them, or give them a knife that can chop off my head? What kind of logic is this? Even Grandpa Chu's godlike logic can't compare to yours. Chu Yang clearly felt the astonishment of the crowd. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart and ridicule them even more. The reaction of the crowd made him even more determined. He was going to take a yard after taking an inch. He humiliated Sage, Merged Soul, and the others again and again to force them into a dead end. Chapter 1266. That's what I want to do. What can you do to me? Chu Yang said clearly. His voice was loud and clear, breaking into everyone's ears. Suddenly, there was a buzz, as if they had heard the rolling thunder, and they were shocked again. Although they gnashed their teeth, no one made a sound. It was not the first time that Wild Dog had been so arrogant. But who dared to kill him in public? Now, Wild Dog's subtext was, "Come on, come and kill me." Not to mention whether or not the Wild Dog could be killed, but to say, if it was killed, what would be the consequences? The ride of the space-time tunnel seal 2 months ago was the best hint. If they forced Wild Dog into a life-and-death struggle, who could bear the consequences? Could Lu Yunpeng? No. Could Xiao Wanjin? No. Could a soul-merging sage do it? Impossible. If the space-time tunnel was completely opened, it would be a disaster for the Sky Academy. Lu Yunping's eyes were about to turn red, but he found that all the pressure had been concentrated on him. Xiao Wanjin and others were just waiting to pick up the fruits of his labor, so he immediately felt unbalanced again. I'm very pitiful. Please stay. He had lost all his face, so he really didn't need to worry about anything. But no matter what, he was the only one who could lose face and be laughed at by everyone. No matter what, he would drag down all these bastards who were just onlookers. As soon as he spoke, everyone couldn't help but look at him in astonishment. They couldn't believe that the extremely arrogant Lu Yunpeng could say such words to Wild Dog. Lu Yunpeng, Xiao Wanjin, Sage Melted Soul, and others all gnashed their teeth. Others didn't understand, but how could they not understand? Lu Yunpeng had nothing to lose? Previously, Chuyang had asked Lu Yunpeng to pay back the money, which had humiliated Lu Yunpeng to the extreme. However, none of them were humiliated. Only Lu Yunpeng became a joke. How could he be reconciled? Not bad, mate, huh? Chuyang almost laughed himself to death. Lu Yunpeng was stable just like that. This was far beyond his expectations. As for the parrot and Shui Xinho, they looked at Chu Yang with adoration. They couldn't believe that he could humiliate Lu Yunpeng in such a way. This was simply unbelievable. When Lu Yunpeng heard Chu Yang's laughter, he was angry, but he also felt at ease, because he was very sure that he was definitely the first one. With the nature of the wild dog, he would definitely spread the flames of war and spread it to other people. There was no doubt about it. Xiao Wanjin, it's your turn. Sure enough, everything was as Lu Yunpeng had expected. Chuyang naturally knew about Lu Yunpeng's plan. Although Lu Yunpeng had succeeded, his plan had also succeeded. To him, Lu Yunpeng was simply a godlike assist. Wild Dog will die in the outer courtyard examination. Xiao Wanjin, the outer courtyard examination hasn't started yet, but I'm going to tear off your face first. Chu Yang sneered in his heart. If he couldn't kill Xiao Wanjin in the end, his surname wouldn't be Chu. Wild Dog, in your words, you can continue to daydream. Xiao Wanjin was now like what he had said to Chu Yang. Chu Yang wasn't worth his mood swings, so he maintained his composure. When Lu Yunpeng heard this, he immediately felt anxious. If that was the case, wouldn't he be the only one being laughed at? Huh? Chu Yang laughed mockingly. Xiao Wanjin, do you think you can keep your face like this? Didn't you say that I will die in the outer courtyard examination? It seems that you don't have the ability to do so. Chapter 1267. Xiao Wanjin, aren't you very capable? Then why don't you let me see it? Chu Yang's expression was very relaxed. I'll give you one last chance. Beg me to stay. Otherwise, I guarantee that you'll regret it even more in the future. Don't say that I didn't warn you. After saying this, Chu Yang put his hands behind his back and looked up at the clouds. Hi. Chu Hang is really high. The parrot was very impressed this time. It then laughed strangely and said, Master, your angle of humiliation is really excellent. This divine bird is really enlightened. I know that it can be done like this. For Shui Xinho and the other two, the parrot really said what they were thinking. Chu Yang's angle of revenge was really amazing. When the outer courtyard students heard all this and saw this scene, they could only sigh in amazement. Amazing, really amazing. Chuyang, this wild dog, was really a genius. This had not even started yet, but he had already successfully slapped his face. Even if he died, he would not lose out because he had already earned back the coffin money. Silence. Everyone was looking at Xiao Wanjin, waiting to see how he would respond. Xiao Wanjin tried his best to maintain his composure and his poise, not letting any of his emotions leak out. To be honest, it was very difficult to pretend to be calm when you clearly hated someone to the extreme as if nothing had happened. 3, 2, 1. Chu Yang looked up at the clouds and extended 3 fingers in a very orderly manner. The time interval was very equal, as if there was not a single gap, and his fingers were very accurate. After he finished counting down, he looked at Xiao Chang'e. It's your turn. I'll let you shout. Beg me to stay. Xiao Chang'e was immediately highlighted by the crowd. Under the magnifying glass, his face suddenly became ferocious. His gaze was very sinister as he stared coldly at Chu Yang. Of course, Chu Yang smiled even more happily. You can make the same choice as Xiao Wanjin. Now, you can make your choice. Wild Dog, I beg you to stay and participate in the outer courtyard examination. Let me kill you. Xiao Chang's choice was also very surprising, but Chu Yang was not surprised at all. Chu Yang had killed Xiao Chang's grandfather, defeated Xiao Chang'e, and ruthlessly humiliated him. How could he bear it? 10 years was too long, and this was also true for Xiao Chang'e. Right now, he wanted nothing more than to take revenge immediately. How could he wait? As for face, how could he? Xiao Chang'e still have any face to speak of? After being defeated by Chu Yang, his dignity had long been trampled on by Chu Yang. You are very direct. I admire you, Xiao Chang'e. At least you are a man. This was a compliment, which made Lu Yunpeng a little envious. After all, with such a compliment, his image in the eyes of others would be much better. However, after Xiao Chang'e heard this, he gritted his teeth so hard that they made cracking sounds. Then, Chu Yang looked at Xiong Longxiang. Along with Chu Yang's gaze, Xiong Longxiang instantly became the center of attention. Xiong Longxiang, it's your turn now. Please shout and beg me to stay. Like Xiao Chang'e, Xiong Longxiang's face was ferocious and blue veins were throbbing on his face. He suddenly roared, Wild Dog, I beg you to stay and participate in the Sky Academy examination. Let me kill you. Xiong Longxiang was similar to Xiao Chang'e. After being defeated by Chu Yang, how humiliating it was, how anxious he was to fight with Chu Yang again to prove himself. How could he, Xiong Longxiang, wait? Moreover, although it was humiliating for him to shout such a sentence, it was not so shameful. Chapter 1268. But after thinking about it carefully, everyone felt that it made sense. As long as they killed Chu Yang, everything would be resolved. There wouldn't be any humiliation. Chu Yang dared to participate in the outer courtyard exam. How courageous was that? If Lu Yunpeng and the others didn't even have the courage to express their confidence, what else could they talk about? Xiao Wanjin watched as Chu Yang kept getting his way. His expression grew increasingly gloomy, but he couldn't help but sneer. Wild Dog is participating in the exam. Could it be that I can't kill him? All of you are fools. Chu Yang didn't know what Xiao Wanjin was thinking, and he didn't want to know either. He directly looked at the Soul Fusion Sage. Soul Fusion Sage, it's your turn. After a pause, he smiled. Do you need me to remind you of something? Only then will you be able to make the right decision. The Soul Fusion Sage didn't need Chu Yang to remind him. He knew what he was going to face. Today, if he didn't beg Chu Yang to stay, Lu Yunpeng, Xiao Chang'e, and Xiong Longxiang will be the first to not let him off. If it was just the three of them alone, the Soul Fusion Sage wouldn't be afraid. However, the three of them had their own factions behind them. It was only a matter of time before they dealt with him. His head might be chopped off by one of them one day. He was very sure of this, because begging Chu Yang to stay was a great humiliation. However, if they were willing to do such a thing, what else wouldn't they do? Chu Yang came with great momentum. He was like a rolling snowball that couldn't be stopped. Wild Dog, I beg you to stay and participate in the Academy's exam. Someone will chop off your head. The Soul Fusion Sage roared. Clap, clap. Chu Yang clapped and smiled. That's right. There are enmities and grudges. What's there to hide? If a man says he wants to kill someone, he will. Why is there a need to hide? Unlike some people who pretend to be aloof and can't see the situation clearly. How ridiculous. There's no need to look, Xiao Wanjin. I'm talking about you. Chu Yang pointed at Xiao Wanjin. I'll give you one last chance. It's not too late to beg me now, because this way, you'll suffer the least humiliation. I suggest you listen to my advice. Otherwise, it will be too late for regrets. After all, such a thing was a little strange. Not to mention the parrot and the others. Even the students of the outer yard of the Sky Academy had never heard of or seen such a thing. Chu Yang actually asked Xiao Wanjin, his enemy, to beg him for help again, and he was so sure about it. He could only use these few words to describe it. This was both magical and bizarre. Shangguan Lan saw Chu Yang's ability this time and was amazed. Such elegance caused her beautiful eyes to glow. Cultivation level was one aspect, but there was something more important than strength, and Chu Yang definitely did not lack that. Nangong Fian rejoiced in her heart. Fortunately, she changed her appearance. Fortunately, she was a holy disciple, and her identity was restricted. Otherwise, she would be like Lu Yunpeng and the others. Wild dog, you're just a dog. Have you ever seen someone beg a dog? Xiao Wanjin continued to maintain his demeanor. The expression on his face was indifferent, and there was a trace of ridicule at the corner of his mouth, as if someone could order him to do anything. Do you really think I can't do anything? Chu Yang sneered in his heart, and then said to Lu Yunpeng and the others, have you heard of sitting back and enjoying the fruits of others' labor? The money you worked so hard to earn, but before it could enter your pockets, it was snatched away by others. I don't know what you think, but if it were me, I would definitely beat this person until even his own mother can't recognize him. Swish! Xiao Wanjin's expression suddenly changed. Also, all of you were humiliated, but only Xiao Wanjin wasn't humiliated. What will others think of you? Will you all become his stepping stones? People will only talk about how wise and far-sighted Xiao Wanjin is, while you all will only be ridiculed. So, I have a suggestion. Chu Yang looked at Xiao Wanjin and smiled. The few of you can work together to injure him, and then there's no need to throw him away. If he dares to participate in the test, I will humiliate him to death. Although Wild Dog said it, I have to admit that it makes sense. Lu Yunpeng hated Xiao Wanjin. If Xiao Wanjin didn't scare Wild Dog and wake him up, how would things end up like this? Chapter 1269. That's right. Xiong Longxiang wasn't afraid of Xiao Wanjin. I'll chop off anyone who dares to touch the money in my pocket. Oomph. Xiao Chang'e also sneered and said, since you don't care about a dog so much, then, Xiao Wanjin, I ask you to continue your nobility and don't touch my prey. Sage Merged Soul didn't say anything, but his inclination was obvious. He completely agreed with Lu Yunping's opinion. Otherwise, if Xiao Wanjin managed to escape unscathed, where would he put his old face? How would he be able to face others? Wouldn't he be ridiculed? This was what Chu Yang was relying on. Xiao Wanjin thought that it wouldn't be easy for him to be noble alone. Since ancient times, there have been so many outstanding people. How many of them could be noble? In the end, most of them merged into the filth of the world. How could these outstanding people be worse than him? Xiao Wanjin's expression changed completely. He finally realized Chu Yang's intention, but it was too late. He was too naive. Chu Yang sneered and looked coldly at Xiao Wanjin. He was very sarcastic. Xiao Wanjin, Lu Yunpeng said coldly, now, you have two choices. Swear not to participate in the outer yard assessment and get lost. As for the other choice, we'll compete with you and see how noble you are. How dare you reach out and take the money in our pockets? Lu Yunpeng, do you want to die? Xiao Wanjin's face suddenly turned red. He could no longer maintain his poise. He gritted his teeth and said, others may be afraid of your grandfather, the Rock King, but I, Xiao Wanjin, am not. The Rock King? Chu Yang muttered in his heart. Why do I have a grudge with rocks? It's the same in the eastern wilderness and the east continent. However, the rock of the eastern wasteland would turn into a chicken in the eastern continent. Its wings would turn into a pair of chicken wings. Chu Yang had a very deep impression of this. As for the rocks in the east continent, the eastern wilderness couldn't compare to them. Huh! When Lu Yunpeng heard this, he was even more furious. Although he was somewhat afraid of Xiao Wanjin, how could he submit in front of others? Xiao Wanjin, can you get a try? Lu Yunpeng sneered. Lu Yunpeng, you better not regret this. As soon as Xiao Wanjin said this, Chu Yang knew that he was an idiot. With Lu Yunpeng's arrogance, such a threat would only backfire. Therefore, he had already turned on the spectator mode. Oomph! Lu Yunpeng sneered, then said to Xiao Chang'e and Xiong Longxiang, do the two of you want to continue watching the show? Do you want me to step back and watch the show as well? Xiao Wanjin scram. Xiao Chang'e shouted the word scram extremely clearly. Otherwise, Xiong Longxiang said coldly, Xiao Wanjin, you'll have to bear the consequences. Xiao Wanjin's face flushed red, then green, then white. He was actually forced to such a state in front of everyone, and his face was slapped loudly. At this time, he finally remembered what Chu Yang said just now. Don't regret it. However, it was too late for him to regret. Now, he could either scram, compromise with Chu Yang, or be surrounded by Lu Yunpeng. But no matter what, he would become the most laughable person because his posture just now was too high. Although it was about the same as landing, the higher one climbed, the harder one would fall. Chu Yang looked at this scene with great interest. He was waiting for something interesting to happen. He said, Xiao Wanjin, I'll interview you on behalf of everyone. May I ask what kind of mentality you have now? Do you want to scram with your tail between your legs, or be beaten up violently and rest for half a month? After a pause, he smiled and said, or what if you beg me? However, I don't recommend that you choose the last option. After all, you're so noble and virtuous, and you're a real man. If you say you won't beg, then you won't beg. How can you go back on your words so easily? Wouldn't you become a joke? Adding fuel to the fire, he humiliated Xiao Wanjin even more. When the parrot saw Chu Yang speak, its eyes couldn't help but light up. It also didn't expect this. It had to pay attention and learn more in the future. Chapter 1270. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xiao Wanjin was like a rat escaping into a pipe. There were people blocking both ends, and everyone was waiting to see which hole he would escape from. Damn it! Xiao Wanjin was mad with hatred. He was actually forced to this point. How could he still talk about face? Now, every moment was endless torture for him, as if he was sitting on pins and needles. Every moment he delayed, his ugly state would be portrayed more vividly and vividly. He would be remembered by everyone and be nailed to the pillar of shame forever. He knew that he had to make a choice immediately. The worst choice was not to make a choice, and that was to delay. Xiao Wanjin was also very clear about this point. If he gave up this time, it would be impossible for him to kill Chu Yang with his own hands, because it would definitely not be his turn. This point was so clear that when Xiao Wanjin made his choice, it did not seem so difficult. Wild dog. Xiao Wanjin gritted his teeth. His originally calm face instantly became ferocious. Streaks of blood even crawled out of his eyes as he roared crazily. Wild dog, I beg you to stay and participate in the assessment. Let me kill you. His voice was very loud, so loud that it seemed like everyone's eardrums were hurt from the vibration. The rolling voice even spread far and wide, and the echoes surged back. This was Xiao Wanjin's choice. The students participating in the outer court assessment were both surprised and not surprised. They were a little uncertain of their own emotions, but one thing was certain. Chu Yang had completely succeeded, unbelievably succeeded. The worry in Lu Yunpeng's heart disappeared, and his killing intent suddenly surged. His gaze was extremely malicious as he stared at Chu Yang. Xiao Chang'e and Xiong Longxiang also withdrew their threats to Xiao Wanjin, and all of them fell on Chu Yang. As for Xiao Wanjin, needless to say, at least he thought that the person who wanted to kill Chu Yang the most now was him. However, Lu Yunpeng and the others might not agree with such a point of view. Only by killing Chu Yang would they be able to wash away the humiliation on their bodies. Only then would they be able to become the most dazzling star in the eyes of others. Those who missed it could only be a foil. Who would want to be a foil? Unsurprisingly, killing Chu Yang would become an extremely intense competition between the few of them. Chu Yang wasn't surprised at all. He wasn't surprised by Xiao Wanjin's final choice either. Because whether it was Xiao Wanjin or Lu Yunpeng, there weren't many ways for them to gain face. But who will kill who? Chu Yang sneered in his heart. Under the gazes of the audience, he said to Sage Melted Soul, Sage, although I made a mistake just now, I can't refuse your kindness, so I can only reluctantly stay. Now, please start your performance. Many people can't wait. Indeed, many people couldn't wait any longer. Even Sage Merged Soul couldn't wait any longer. He couldn't wait to see Chu Yang being tortured to death with his own eyes. Listen up. Sage Melted Soul didn't continue to provoke Chu Yang. He didn't dare to. Instead, he said to the crowd, I've told you before that the outer court assessment this time is different from the previous ones. It wasn't just different, it was simply too different. This was the common thought of many outer court students. First, it was the postponement of the assessment, then everything that happened now. Every one of them could faintly foresee that a huge storm would erupt in the assessment. First of all, the venue chosen for the assessment this time is extraordinary. Sage Melted Soul said loudly. Among the 3 assessment venues, 2 of them are relics. What? Chapter 1271. The students who were participating in the assessment were instantly overwhelmed with shock. Using the ruins as the venue for the assessment was at the level of the inner academy. Moreover, the degree of danger was such that even the students of the inner academy would suffer heavy casualties. Every time the inner academy assessment was held, only half of the people would be able to survive. The students who participated in the assessment were at a lower level than the students in the inner yard. If they participated in the assessment, it would be a miracle if 1/3 of them could come out alive. Soul Merging Sage, are you mistaken? Using a relic as the assessment site should be an assessment at the level of the inner yard, right? Isn't it suicide for us to participate in an assessment at the level of the inner yard? Soul Merging Sage, every relic is extremely dangerous. There are even extraterrestrial demons lurking in it. Don't you think about it again? After the students recovered from their shock, they immediately burst into loud voices of doubt. There was an uproar, and some of them were even cursing. If you think it's dangerous, you can choose not to participate and wait for the outer yard assessment next year. Soul Merging Sage was prepared for this, and his expression did not change at all. Then he said, however, although there are great dangers, there are also great opportunities and even great opportunities. The whole area fell silent, and everyone listened attentively. Chu Yang was the same. He knew a lot about the outer yard assessment, but there were many details that he did not know. The 3 transmission formations will send you to 3 places, namely, Soul Merging Sage pointed at the 3 transmission formations and said loudly, the first transmission formation will send you to the Lost Land. The Lost Land. Suddenly, the hearts of the students shook violently. The exile grounds were said to be full of mysteries. Some people who entered would lose one of their 3 spiritual souls or 7 physical souls. But some people who entered would gain an extra physical soul or soul. It was said that if one's martial soul was destroyed, even if it was completely erased, the martial soul could be recovered after entering the Lost Land. It was equivalent to finding the lost martial soul in the Lost Land, so it was called the Lost Land. In addition, the Lost Land had a great effect on improving one's 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. Therefore, although it was extremely dangerous and mysterious, many people still went there. The exile grounds were shared by the 6 great academies. At this moment, Chu Yang could clearly sense that when Xiao Wanjin and the others heard the words severed world, their expressions couldn't help changing. Their reaction made Yang Kai deeply realize how dangerous the so-called severed world was. The coexistence of risk and opportunity had silenced the crowd. In the past, not to mention the outer court students, even the inner court and elite court students weren't qualified to enter the severed world. But now, just by participating in the outer court exam, they could actually enter a place like the severed world. So what could they complain about? Sage Melted Soul was satisfied and continued. I think you'll be more excited about the second relic. It's the Land of Frost. The Land of Frost. Boom! The crowd immediately exploded. Even Shangwan Lan and Nangong Fian were surprised when they heard this. Sage, are you sure this is the Land of Frost? That's right. The sage confirmed that it was the Land of Frost. You didn't lie to us, did you? The Land of Frost? Is that possible? Everyone was incomparably shocked. To be exact, they were in disbelief because this was the Land of Frost. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. Could it be the Land of Frost? Chapter 1272. In order to transform into a Kunpeng, young Master Huang Yao's father devoted all his efforts to the study of Kunpeng. The land of frost was one of them, and there was an ice Kun in it. A Kun fish was a Kun fish. There was no such thing as ice or fire. But now it seemed that there was. Chuyang quickly confirmed all this from the discussion of the crowd. The land of frost was originally a vast ocean. An ice Kun from the deity's world invaded the heavenly spirit world and fought with the leader of the Sky Academy. Because of the ice Kun, the vast ocean became a world of ice. It was said that both of them died in the end. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was the secret of time and space of the Sky Academy, the Xiaoyao Gate. The ice Kun was also very good at the skill of space. To be exact, the Kunpeng was also very good at the skill of space. The Kunpeng relied on the skill of space to roam freely in the universe, which was much more profound than the Sky Academy's skill of space. Therefore, even though the ice Kun had not transformed into a Kunpeng, it was better at it than the leader of the Sky Academy. That was why it could kill the leader of the Sky Academy with a lower realm. Therefore, in the deepest part of the land of frost, there was a secret skill of space and time. Many people, including the Sky Academy, were eager to explore it, but they could not enter the land of frost at all. Therefore, the soul-melting sage announced that one of the places in the test was in the land of frost. How could they not be surprised? The soul-melting sage smiled at the reaction of the students. Now, no one would be delayed in the test. He himself had never been to the land of frost. The reason why it was opened was not that simple. The Sky Academy wanted to explore that space with the help of the students. The soul-melting sage would not say it explicitly, but he would tell the students about the dangers in the land of frost. Be quiet. Don't be too happy. The land of frost has just been opened. The passage to it has not been explored yet, so the danger is unknown. You need to know and pay attention to it. After a pause, he emphasized again, "You have heard it clearly." Immediately, there was a dead silence in the square. There was no sound at all. Even Chuyang had already frowned at this time. They just opened up a passage to go in. This means that they are pathfinders. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. If such a huge pie were to fall from the sky, one would have to be able to catch it to eat it. I'm afraid it's not that simple. In fact, when Chuyang heard about the land of frost, he already had a choice in his heart. Which of the three ruins should he choose? But now he hesitated. From the desolate demon prince, he definitely knew more about the secrets of the Kunpeng than anyone else. The child of the sea god claimed that he was a Kun fish, but in reality, he was only close. Otherwise, the child of the sea god wouldn't have needed to cooperate with the desolate demon prince. Since Chuyang had all of these, he naturally desired the complete Kunpeng secret technique. He was even more restless. However, no one had set foot in the land of frost, so no one knew how dangerous it was. He didn't want to lead the way for others, and with his current situation, it was possible that this land of frost was specifically targeted at him. Many people had the same worries as him. Their enthusiasm was like a huge fire that was about to be extinguished. The soul-melted sage didn't continue to say more. He announced the third assessment venue. If you can't accept the lost land in the land of frost, then the third venue should not disappoint you. The third venue is the usual venue for the outer yard assessment, the realm of storm. The realm of storm could be said to be a ruin, but it could also be said to be not. In the soul-melted sage's view, it was not. Therefore, he didn't define the realm of storm as a ruin before. There were storm spirits in it, and it was extremely dangerous, but compared to the lost land and the land of frost, the realm of storm was much safer. As the soul-melted sage said, the realm of storm was indeed the usual venue for the outer yard assessment, but it was indeed the highest level assessment in the outer yard. Chapter 1273. After the soul-melted sage's words, there was a great deal of discussion among the crowd. Some said that since no one had set foot in the land of frost, then the good fortune inside must have never been touched by anyone. They reckoned that they would be able to make a fortune inside and soar into the sky. There were also some who were worried that they would die an unnatural death the moment they entered the land of frost. It could be said that there were all kinds of people in this world. Chuyang was actually hesitating and making a choice. He immediately ruled out the severed lands. The consequences of losing one's soul were too serious. Or rather, he preferred the complete secret skill of Kuan Peng. If he had to take a risk, he would go to the land of frost. Therefore, he wavered between the land of frost and the realm of storm. Except for the secret skill of Kuan Peng, Chuyang was not interested in the other fortunes in the realm of frost. Therefore, the treasures in the land of frost that no one had touched were not very attractive to him. As time went by, the light of the three transmission formations became more and more intense, and the space-time fluctuation stabilized. It was completely possible to teleport. After the soul-melted sage discussed with the Dharmasyang sage and the Nirvana sage for a while, he said loudly to the students, "The first transmission formation corresponds to the Lost Land. Those who are going to the Lost Land can set off now." Swish! As soon as the soul-melted sage finished speaking, a graceful figure directly entered the transmission formation and went to the Lost Land. "Shengguan Lan!" Everyone exclaimed. Chuyang was also slightly surprised. When he looked at Shengguan Lan, he saw that she was bidding farewell to Chuyang with her eyes. She must have her reasons for going to the Lost Land. While Chuyang was thinking, Shengguan Lan's voice sounded in his consciousness. "Brother Yang, the Lost Land is very strange. Don't go there rashly." He wanted to say something, but Shengguan Lan's figure had disappeared. What is she going to do in the Lost Land? What kind of danger is there? Chuyang's eyes narrowed slightly. He was a little worried and wanted to go with her, but he was afraid that it would only be a burden to her. Now, Lu Yunpeng and the others were staring at him. Obviously, wherever he went, they would follow. To enter the Stormlands, go to the second teleportation array. Hearing this, nearly a third of the students chose the second teleportation array. The last teleportation array naturally leads to the Land of Frost. If you want to go to the Land of Frost, choose the third teleportation array. A real man is born without 5 cauldrons of food, but when he dies, 5 cauldrons of food will be cooked. I'm definitely going to the Land of Frost. How can there be great fortune without danger? Count me in for the Land of Frost, haha. If I come out of the Land of Frost alive, I might be able to soar into the sky. How can I miss such an opportunity? However, in a short period of time, many people chose to head to the Land of Frost. Very quickly, the crowd began to thin out. Most of the remaining people were still hesitating. Among them, there were even some who had directly given up on participating in this assessment. Eastern Wilderness. I want to go to the Land of Frost. I want to go too. Me too. While Chuyang was hesitating, Cui Xinho and the other two spoke up one after another. They were not satisfied with their current strength and hoped to break through and fight side by side with Chuyang. Birds against birds. This divine bird is even more so. The parrot also chose the Land of Frost. Previously, Xiao Wanjin's palm strike had made it feel very powerless. Time waits for no man. Whether it was the parrot or Cui Xinho and the other two, they all wanted to improve their strength. Hearing this, Chuyang did not hesitate and said, "Since you all want to go, then we'll choose the Land of Frost." Whoosh! Chuyang took the lead and entered the third teleportation array. Cui Xinho and the other two followed behind him. As soon as he moved, Xiao Wanjin and Lu Yunpeng immediately moved as well. However, they did not step directly into the teleportation array, afraid that Chuyang would cheat them. Therefore, they wanted to confirm that Chuyang was going to enter the Land of Frost before taking action. Chapter 1274. The light was dazzling, and the formation was suddenly activated. The space-time was distorted, and Chuyang suddenly felt confused. He couldn't distinguish between north, south, east, and west. After walking through the darkness for a while, the light in front of him was restored, and the space behind him was also stabilizing. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he didn't feel cold at all. Instead, he felt very comfortable. As soon as he looked around, A vast and endless world slowly unfolded in front of him. The sky was extremely blue, and there were no clouds for thousands of miles. Looking into the distance, he couldn't see the end of the ancient forest. It was like a green ocean. In the forest, giant trees thousands of feet high could be seen everywhere. Some of them were even taller than the mountains and hid them. In the mountain forest, birds and beasts could be seen everywhere. In the air, there were groups of spirit beasts roaring. When some of them found Chu Yang and the others intruders, they even made sharp hissing sounds, as if they were warning Chu Yang or informing their companions. In the depths of the mountain forest, they could even see huge demonic beasts fighting. The earth was rumbling and shaking, and the roars that shook the sky came from afar. This is the land of frost. Chu Yang was very surprised. Not only him, but the parrot's eyes also popped out. It looked at everything in front of it in disbelief. Cui Xinho and the others also couldn't believe it. In their imagination, a place like the land of frost should be a world of ice and snow, which was abnormally cold. However, the reality was completely different from what they had imagined. Before them, many students of the Sky Academy had already entered here and were discussing. Those confused noises were all transmitted to Chu Yang's voice one by one. Chu Yang looked around and saw people everywhere. However, as soon as they entered here, many people gathered in twos and threes and looked around vigilantly. They were extremely cautious. Eastern Wilderness. Is this the land of frost? Behind Chu Yang, Cui Xinho and the others were also looking around carefully with surprise. Chu Yang smiled bitterly in his heart. He didn't know, so he could only vaguely say, "It should be." This was indeed a little strange. Was a land of frost like this? If this is the land of frost, then once we enter, we have to be alert. Cui Xinho's lips were a little dry, and he couldn't help but smack his lips. Ever since he entered the Sky Academy, he had been cultivating hard and had made great progress. He wanted to show his strength, but when he found that there were many people in the outer court of the Sky Academy who were in the soul amalgamation realm, his excitement disappeared. Instead, he became nervous and worried. Right now, he was only at the spirit stage. Yes, we have to keep our spirits up. Otherwise, we won't even know how we died. We from the Eastern Wilderness have always been targeted. Once the exam began, those bastards from the East Continent had no qualms about killing us. Hao Haodong and O Lejing said in a serious tone, "What are you panicking for? Who hasn't been weak before? But if you don't even have the courage, how can you compete with others?" Chu Yang naturally understood the mentality of the three people. After all, the barren village was too small, and the outer court students of the Sky Academy came from all over the East Continent. The background and strength they possessed was not something the barren village could compare with. In other words, as people from the Eastern Wilderness, Cui Xinho and the others had a clear sense of inferiority in their hearts. Especially when their strength increased and they wanted to show their strength, they found that their opponents were far stronger than them. It was inevitable that they would be even more frustrated. Yes. The three people looked at Chu Yang's handsome face in front of them, and their hearts immediately calmed down. They couldn't do it, but the person beside them was amazing. Just now, he had humiliated the Sky Prides from the East Continent and even the Central Continent with just a few words. He even made them beg him. Chapter 1275. After Chu Yang comforted the three of them, he carefully scanned the crowd. He noticed that many people were staring at him, and many spiritual consciousnesses had already locked onto him. Umph! Chu Yang snorted coldly and suddenly unleashed his majesty. Instantly, he destroyed all the spiritual consciousnesses that had locked onto him. Then he swept his cold gaze over them, causing them to break out in cold sweat. They quickly avoided Chu Yang's gaze. "Wild dog, you're quite impressive, aren't you?" Lu Yunpeng, Xia Wanjin, and the others also followed in. The person who spoke was Lu Yunpeng, but they did not make a move immediately. After that, Chu Yang understood the reason. Dong! Suddenly, a huge stone tablet fell from the sky and emitted a dazzling light. Soon after, The light condensed on the stone tablet, after which it transformed into an old light figure that appeared. Students, I'm one of the Invigilators of the Sky Academy's Land of Frost Assessment. The old figure stroked his beard and looked at the crowd with a smile. Next, I'll tell you the rules of this assessment. Everyone was completely silent as they stared intently at the old light figure. Compared to the previous assessment, the rules of this assessment have changed accordingly. The old figure pointed at the stone tablet and said with a smile, "This is the biggest change. This stone tablet will evaluate and grade you based on your cultivation and talent. There are a total of 15 levels. Generally speaking, an ordinary spirit stage's talent will be at the initial level of 1. An ordinary spirit stage's talent will be at the initial level of 5. A law phase stage's talent will be at the initial level of 10, and the rest of the levels will be based on your talent." During this period of time, many people had already stepped forward to touch the stone tablet. As their palms touched it, rays of light burst out from the stone tablet and landed on their foreheads. When the light gradually dissipated, a shining imprint appeared on the forehead of these students. Among these marks, some were 1, some were 2, some were 5, and some were 10. There were less than 1. Those with numbers above 5 were mostly in the soul amalgamation realm, while those at level 10 were in the transcendence realm. Those who had been evaluated as level 1 were somewhat ashamed and resentful, but most of their eyes were shining with ambition. After all, they had entered the land of frost to fight for a chance. Wang, just as Chu Yang was observing these people, Xiao Chang'e had unknowingly walked over to conduct the test. As soon as his hand landed on the stone tablet, an extremely dazzling beam of light erupted from the tablet and condensed on his forehead. The imprint appeared clearly at this moment, and the number 15 was extremely dazzling at this moment. Xiao Chang'e's highest level was level 15. As expected of Xiao Chang'e, not only is his cultivation astonishing, but his talent is also incomparably astonishing. He is actually the highest level in the test this time. He doesn't need to take the test and can directly enter the inner courtyard. Many people cast astonished gazes over. They were extremely envious. Xiao Chang'e snorted coldly. Looking at the envious gazes of the crowd, he raised his chin slightly and a hint of arrogance flashed across his face. He looked at Chu Yang with a cold smile, as if saying, "Wild dog, do you see this?" Chu Yang couldn't be bothered with him. On the 7-demon domain divine steel, he could suppress everyone in the East Continent. What was Xiao Chang'e to him? After that, the students went in one after another to take the test, to be evaluated and graded. After Xiao Chang'e, Xiong Longxiang, Lu Yunpeng, and Xiao Wanjin all obtained the highest grade evaluation, all of them at level 15, which made many students envious and shocked at the same time. Such tests and evaluations once again proved that Xiao Chang'e, Lu Yunpeng, and the rest were all exceptional geniuses. They were definitely monsters. Very quickly, because of Lu Yunpeng and the rest, everyone's gazes fell on Chu Yang. If Lu Yunpeng and the rest were like this, then what about Chu Yang the wild dog? Chapter 1276. Chu Yang didn't rush forward to evaluate him just because many people were curious to know what his evaluation would be. He waited until the end before bringing Cui Xinho and the others forward to assess his rank. This immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. They knew that Chu Yang's rank was extremely important to many people. It would determine how they would treat Chu Yang. Cui Xinho and the others were the first to go forward to be assessed. They were only at Spirit Stage, first level, but they had obtained a rank 4 imprint. This was extremely shocking. After all, an ordinary Spirit Stage would only obtain a rank 1 imprint. For them to obtain a rank 4 imprint, even if it didn't mean that they had amazing potential, their combat power was infinitely close to the Soul Fusion stage. The parrot's rank 9 imprint caused everyone to have a whole new level of respect for this lowly bird. They were even more respectful towards Xiao Wanjin, who was able to kill the parrot with a single palm strike. Finally, everyone's gaze fell on Chu Yang. You want to know the rank of my imprint? Grandpa Chu will tease you. Chu Yang smiled. According to Cui Xinho and the other's rank, he used the demon god Walker to seal himself. Then his hand landed on the stone tablet. When the rank 3 imprint appeared on Chu Yang's forehead, many people were shocked. At the same time, many people's gazes became incomparably presumptuous. Many people had already regarded Chu Yang as their prey. Damn it! Xiao Chang'e cursed out loud. His face was boiling hot. He actually lost to such a person. However, he instantly realized that something was wrong. It was impossible for the wild dog to only be at this rank. He realized that his thoughts were correct. This was because Lu Yunpeng, Xiao Wanjin, and the others had already coldly stared at Chu Yang. Chu Yang could control the rank of his imprint. Such a low rank was just an insult to them. When Xiao Chang'e looked at the number 3 again, he suddenly felt an incomparable pain in his heart. The old silhouette was also paying attention to Chu Yang. After seeing this, he could not help but shake his head, inwardly saying, "The Eastern Wilderness really has produced a peerless monster. He can actually control his own level as he pleases." Then, he said, "Now that the level assessment is over, I will continue to explain the rules. Once the assessment is over, all students below the 10th grade will be eliminated. In other words, they do not have the qualifications to enter the inner courtyard. As for the increase in rank, the method is not difficult. Kill the monster beasts of the frozen lands, increase your own cultivation, or obtain the natural treasures here, and the rank of your imprint will increase." All of a sudden, the old figure of light smiled strangely. Of course, this is definitely not the fastest way to level up. The fastest way is... Chu Yang already understood that it was a robbery. This kind of rule was clearly encouraging students to kill and compete with each other. It was not much different from raising venomous insects. It was cruel and cold-blooded. After a pause, the old figure of light knew that the students had understood his meaning. With a bewitching smile, he said, "Especially if you snatch a high-level imprint. This is even faster. You should be able to break through the 15th grade very quickly and be noticed by the academy." The 15th grade was naturally not the limit. Just like Lu Yunpeng, Xiao Wanjin, and the others, it should not be too difficult for them to surpass the 15th grade. And those who could surpass the 15th grade were geniuses among geniuses, monsters among monsters. Naturally, they would be heavily nurtured. The old figure of light finally said, "However, I warn you, it is best not to fight within my sight. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences." All right, now the assessment officially begins. Chapter 1277. Fisk. Chu Yang despised the old man. What's the use of not being able to kill in your line of sight? Everyone had left, but Chu Yang didn't have the intention to move at all. He even went up to that old light shadow to tell a story. "Old mister, since we have nothing to do, let me tell you a story," Chu Yang said with a smile. Once upon a time, there was a mountain, and there was a temple on the mountain. There were 2 monks in the temple, an old monk and a young monk. At this moment, even though he was just a shadow, his face was already dark. He knew this story too well. "Are you trying to tell me that you're Eastern Wilderness 002? The old man said angrily. "I'm not interested in the battle between the East Continent and the Eastern Wilderness. You little dog, don't bare your teeth at anyone you catch." "I see." Chu Yang rubbed his chin and said to the old man, "Old mister, I'm waiting to see if they've finished their discussion." The old man looked at Xiao Wanjin and the others and saw 4 pairs of eyes that could devour people. He shook his head and said, "Little dog, 1 against 4. You're on your own now." With that, the old man's figure disappeared. Chu Yang looked at Xiao Wanjin and the others and said with a smile, "Don't waste my time. Which one of you wants to go first? Or 4 at once?" Those who hadn't left yet felt that they had made the right bet. They could see a great battle and couldn't help but be excited. Wealth is like walking at night without returning it to your home. Xiao Wanjin sneered. Similarly, if I don't kill you in front of others, how can I show off my power? He pointed at Chu Yang. "Do I need to be in a hurry to kill a dog like you? Then you can get lost." Chu Yang's expression was carefree. He no longer paid any attention to Xiao Wanjin and directly said to Lu Yunpeng and the others, "The remaining three, which one of you still wants to pretend to be virtuous?" Xiao Wanjin is stupid, but what he said is correct. If I don't defeat you in front of everyone and torture you to death, it would be like not returning the riches and honor to my family. Lu Yunpeng sneered. Wild dog, you should be glad that the crowd dispersed quickly. 7 days later, I will gather everyone here. Do you dare to come and fight me? As he spoke, Lu Yunpeng looked at Xiao Wanjin, Xiao Changge, and Xiong Longxiang. In these 7 days, the four of us will decide who the wild dog belongs to based on the level of the mark on our foreheads. What do you guys think? Let's do that. Sure, I'm fine with it. Xiao Wanjin and the other two didn't have any objections. Lu Yunpeng directly made the decision. Then it's settled. With a swoosh, he flew away, and his voice rang out. Wild dog, enjoy these 7 days to your heart's content. You don't have many days left. Wild dog, you better not be killed by others. If that's the case, it can only prove that you're not a dog's fart. Xiao Wanjin also left. Bastard, if someone wants to kill you, report my name. Xiao Changge walked over and said in a sinister voice, tell him that if he kills you, I'll kill his entire clan. Xiao Changge glared at Chu Yang with resentment and also left. The last one, Xiong Longxiang, also looked coldly at Chu Yang. Don't worry about your safety. I'll spread the word that I'll kill whoever dares to touch you. You can rest assured. After speaking, Xiong Longxiang also left, disappearing in an instant. I've really been completely despised. Chu Yang couldn't help but sneer. Xiao Changge and Xiong Longxiang, who had lost him before, actually dared to be so impudent. Relying on your cultivation? I'll tell you that your cultivation is still not enough. Chapter 1278. Let's go and take a look at this strange land of frost. Chu Yang led the parrot and the others and headed towards the depths of the forest. Within the forest, the trees towered into the sky. The dense branches and leaves extended outwards as if they were covering the sky. At this moment, in this boundless forest, the roars of beasts constantly rang out. It was clear that the original tranquility of this world had been completely broken with the intrusion of so many people. Chu Yang and the others quickly encounter a monster. It wasn't just one monster, but 5 or 6 different types of monsters. A hungry tiger with red fur, 3 wolves the size of calves, and a cat. Among the 5 monsters, aside from the cat, that was at the 3rd level of the soul fusion realm, the rest were all at the 9th level of the spirit stage. Chu Yang was slightly surprised, but it was only for a moment. Some monsters at the spirit stage were able to transform, let alone those at the spirit stage. They already possessed intelligence. He smiled. You guys are really good. Seeing us like this, you guys actually joined hands to deal with us. Cui Xinho and the others were eager. You don't have to do anything in the Eastern Wilderness. The 3 of us will deal with the 4 spirit stage monsters. The pitting bird will deal with the 3rd level soul fusion realm monster. Chu Yang nodded his head. Everyone needed to temper themselves in order to grow. This was suitable for Cui Xinho and the others. Waha! The parrot was the first to clamor. Hey cat, why aren't you kneeling and licking us? Stupid bird, you're courting death. Swoosh! The cat was extremely sharp. It suddenly pounced towards the parrot and created layers of illusions. Waha, stupid cat. Only you know this triangular cat technique. This divine bird knows it too. The parrot suddenly used the same trick as the civet. Suddenly, layers upon layers of phantoms bombarded the civet. The cat was obviously stunned. Stupid bird. How do you know the 1,000 illusion technique of our cat clan? Waha, you wouldn't understand even if I told you. The parrot leisurely imitated Chu Yang's tone, causing Chu Yang to roll his eyes. As for the parrot, he wasn't worried at all. It was a one-sided slaughter. The parrot that had the ability to copy wasn't easy to deal with. A 3rd level soul, fusion realm spirit cat wasn't enough. His focus was on Cui Xinho and the others. Hao Haodong was the most shocking. He was fighting 2 wolves by himself, but he didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all. 2 of his fingers were bent, and golden sword chi flickered on his fingertips. It was extremely sharp, and every move he made people feel a kind of breathtaking feeling. Shocking divine sword technique. Roar. When a wolf saw that Hao Haodong had actually abandoned it and went straight for its companion, it immediately roared and opened its mouth to bite Hao Haodong. However, it completely bit the air. Its sharp teeth collided with each other, sputtering out sparks and making a metallic sound. It was just an afterimage. Not bad. Chu Yang saw that Hao Haodong immediately abandoned the other wolf and appeared on top of the wolf's head like a ghost. He couldn't help but faintly smile. Hao Haodong's agility was pretty good. He had completely played around with the two wolves in the palm of his hand. Clang! Sparks flew. Hao Haodong's finger, which was swallowing sword chi, pierced through the wolf's head. Hot blood immediately spurted out. Roar! The wolf was heavily injured and became even crazier. The other wolf's attack also became even more ferocious. However, no matter how hard the two wolves struggled, they couldn't do anything to Hao Haodong. It was only a matter of time before they were killed. Therefore, Chu Yang's gaze fell on a Cui Xinho and Olejing. But just as he looked over, he heard a rumbling sound and the ground shook. Cui Xinho and Olejing had already killed the demonic beasts in their hands. Senior Sima Jian is truly not simple. In such a short period of time, he was able to teach them to be so extraordinary. They are only at the first level of the spirit realm, but they can easily kill a 9th level spirit realm demonic beast. Chapter 1279. At the same time, after the two demonic beasts were killed, the marks on Cui Xinho's and Mo Haodong's foreheads suddenly glowed. Obviously, the marks had grown a little. The marks designed by the Sky Academy are not simple. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows slightly again. He found that the marks seemed to be able to record the scene of the fight just now and determine the points obtained and when to upgrade. He was slightly surprised. At this moment, Chu Yang suddenly found that someone had broken into the range of his divine mind. He couldn't help but sneer. Someone actually dared to attract his attention. I'd like to see who is so bold as to even have ideas about me. Chu Yang looked at the parrot and said, "Little bastard, hurry up. It's time to start new business." In a moment, the parrot finished off the civet, and Hao Haodong soon killed the two wolves. At this time, Chu Yang looked up at the place where they were hiding and said, "Guys, it's over, and you can come out now. You can come out and take advantage of the situation." Whoosh! As soon as Chu Yang finished speaking, 7 or 8 black lights suddenly shot out, aiming at the vital parts of Hao Haodong's and Mo Haodong's bodies. The attack was so sudden and fierce that even Hao Haodong's group couldn't react in time. They could only watch as the black lights rapidly enlarged in their eyes. Buzz! Just as the black light was about to pierce through the 3 of them and kill them, the space suddenly buzzed and was locked down. The black light was also frozen in midair. Taking a closer look, he found that they were all sinister little snakes formed by spiritual energy. Hao Haodong's and Mo Haodong's faces changed dramatically, and they were even a little scared. If Chu Yang hadn't saved them just now, they would have been seriously injured even if they didn't die. The 3 of them couldn't help but shout angrily and stare at the hiding place of the sneak attacker. Chu Yang raised his hand to calm Cui Xinho and the other 2, and then said with a smile, "Do you need me to invite you? Haha, this wild dog does indeed have some ability. No wonder you could anger geniuses like Xiao Chang'e to the point of vomiting blood." Of course, there were sounds of laughter coming from the forest. Then 4 silhouettes flashed out and stood on a tree trunk. They looked down at Chu Yang's group of 4. Their gazes were very playful. It was as if a cat was looking at a mouse. Cui Xinho was shocked when he saw the 4 figures. They were all at the 9th level of the soul amalgamation realm. Olejing and Hao Haodong's eyes involuntarily narrowed. The strength of these 4 people was much higher than theirs. If it was just one person, it might be easy to deal with. However, if there were 4 of them, even Chu Yang would have trouble dealing with them. Chu Yang was incomparably astonishing. Chui Shinho and the others were well aware that it was easy to cross realms to kill someone. They could even calmly face someone whose cultivation was much higher than theirs. However, they had no choice but to face the fact that Chu Yang's current cultivation was very low. Chui Shinho and the others weren't sure if Chu Yang could deal with 4 ninth-level soul amalgamation realm cultivators at the same time. Eastern Wilderness. Chui Shinho transmitted to Chu Yang. These 4 are all at the peak of the 4th level of the soul amalgamation realm. If you can't handle them, then you should leave first. If Chu Yang wanted to leave, who could stop him? However, if he wanted to bring them along, then it would be troublesome. Chu Yang smiled. If 4 peak soul amalgamation realm cultivators could force him to abandon his companions and flee, then Chui Shinho was underestimating him. Just 4 small fries. Don't think too much. Chu Yang opened his mouth and said. The parrot's eyes slanted. It was completely convinced by Chui Shinho and the others. What kind of cultivation level did Chu Hang have? Just 4 ninth-level soul amalgamation realm cultivators, and the 3 of them were actually worried and flustered. Chapter 1280. Wild Dog. I'm the one who killed your 3 companions. My name is Ban Sung Young. Remember this. Among the 4 people, a young man covered in purple aura looked at Chu Yang with a smile and said mockingly, Wild Dog, my name is Shi Yongfeng. Later, I'll be responsible for cutting off the heads of your 3 companions. Wild Dog, my name is Zheng En. Later, I'll be responsible for kicking your companions' heads like a ball. The last person said mockingly, Since you've already divided the tasks, what should I do? How should I introduce myself? Suddenly, this person pointed at the parrot with a smile and said to Chu Yang, Wild Dog, how about I roast a bird for you to eat? Remember, this good person is Tai Yunzheng. These 4 people were incomparably mocking. They hadn't done anything yet, but they had already treated themselves as cats and Chu Yang as a mouse. Obviously, they didn't think that Chu Yang had the ability to take advantage of the 4 of them. Chu Yang's eyes couldn't help but narrow. He was thinking whether these 4 people were idiots. Or perhaps someone had sent these 4 people to test him. Originally, Chu Yang had defeated Xiong Longxiang and Xiao Chang'e in the Forbidden Battlefield. His cultivation was limited to the soul amalgamation stage. Perhaps some people wanted to know the true upper limit of his combat power. I'm very curious. Where did you get the confidence to dare to mock me in front of me? Chu Yang said softly. To be honest, he was really curious. After all, with what he had done, ordinary people wouldn't dare to provoke him. Curious? The person who called himself Ban Sung Young sneered. Wild Dog, what you said is really interesting. Do you really think that you're on the same level as Xiao Chang'e and the others? Even if you are, and your talent is incomparably amazing, so what if you can kill people who are at a higher realm? After a pause, he pointed at the other 3 people and said, You can kill one of us, but can you kill the 4 of us? Perhaps the Wild Dog is special. He might be able to do what Xiao Chang'e and the others couldn't do when they were at the spirit stage. That's right. Wild Dog is extraordinary. He even dared to humiliate the soul-melting sage and the leaders of our Sky Academy. Isn't it easy for him to kill the 4 of us? Don't you think so? Ha! The 4 of them then burst into laughter. Their laughter was filled with ridicule and contempt. Chu Yang's expression remained calm. Can I understand it this way? If Xiao Chang'e or Xiao Wanjin were only at the spirit stage, they would definitely not be a match for the 4 of you. That's why you're so arrogant. Is this your logic? Please answer me. Wild Dog, you are really crazy. When Ban Sung Young saw Chu Yang's incomparably calm expression, his gaze couldn't help but turn cold. He immediately waved his hand at the other 3 and said, Wild Dog needs us to teach him how to be the good person. However, please be gentle. After all, this dog is destined to be on the dining table. If we beat him to death, the meat won't be fresh. If we were to be blamed, we wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. The other 3 people also grinned and revealed their white teeth. They slowly clenched their fists, and a tyrannical spiritual energy fluctuation immediately erupted. It seemed that they were about to attack. Chu Yang rubbed his chin. Can you give me some time? I'm really curious about the structure of your brains. At this moment, the parrot spoke. It said to Cui Xinho and the others, Master, I think you're also curious about the structure of the brains of these three fools. Since we're on the same side, I won't open it and take a look. Cui Xinho and the others were speechless. They did have some problems. Sometimes, they thought that Chu Yang was omnipotent. Sometimes, they questioned Chu Yang, especially when they were facing a strong enemy. Hee hee, wild dog. It seems that you won't cry until you see the coffin. Boom. Chapter 1281. For palms that were as large as palms were aimed at Chu Yang, covering the sky and the sun. They slowly enlarged in Chu Yang's eyes and soon completely blocked his vision. At the same time, for mighty forces pressed down together, trying to imprison the space where Chu Yang was. Controlling heaven and earth was a means of the soul amalgamation realm. What are they trying to do? I've already proven that such means don't work on me. Why are these four fools still using it? Chu Yang guessed inwardly. These four fools are isolated from the world, so they don't know. Maybe someone wants to test how deep my understanding of heaven and earth is? Everyone in the Sky Academy should know that he was a level 6 array master. Therefore, the controlling heaven and earth of the soul amalgamation realm was useless to him. However, if the four of them worked together, his understanding of heaven and earth was only at the level of a level 6 array master. In particular, the four of them worked together with great tacit understanding. Obviously, they had practiced this many times. The effect was far greater than 4 plus 1. Why am I thinking so much? I'll open their brains later and find out the structure of their brains. Chu Yang was too lazy to think about it. He didn't move. The void where he was completely controlled by the four of them. Wild dog, how about this dog cage? Ban Sung Young succeeded, but he found it hard to believe because it was too easy. Therefore, he waited for a while and found that Chu Yang didn't seem to have any chance of breaking free. He couldn't help but laugh. Haha, wild dog, I know you want to go out for a walk, but now you'd better stay in the dog cage and watch me kill your companions one by one. Shi Yongfeng, Cheng Yun, and Tai Yunzheng couldn't help but laugh. According to the division of labor, I'll be responsible for cutting off the dog's head. No one can snatch it from me. I'll kick the dog's head like a ball. I'll roast the bird for the wild dog. As the four of them laughed wildly, Chu Yang clearly felt that they were relieved. It seemed that Chu Yang was just like this. There was no need to worry. You don't seem to be four fools. Chu Yang didn't act up until this moment. He only raised his head and smiled at the four of them. Immediately after, a dazzling light exploded from his body. It was as if a sun was rising from his lower abdomen. That was the heavenly abode in Chu Yang's body. It was a heavenly abode cultivated by the martial system of the various divine worlds. If Ban Shingrong and the other threes controlling the heavens and earth was the power of cold ice, then what the four of them wanted to freeze now was a Sunday. How could they freeze Chu Yang? The mighty force that imprisoned the void was completely disintegrated, and the void regained its liveliness. Chu Yang felt all of this, and his understanding of the martial Tao and body cultivation of the two worlds deepened. The heavenly soul realm was the heavenly soul realm of the heavenly soul realm. To the heavenly realm was that the heavenly realm was the realm. The former's power was released, while the latter's power was contained within. Both had their pros and cons, but it seemed that the latter was stronger. Ban Sung Young was like 4 bags stacked on top of each other. He wanted to put Chu Yang into one of the bags, but Chu Yang had a divine weapon in his hand. Even if he was only one person, the divine weapon in his hand could cut through iron as if it was mud. Not to mention a bag, it could even cut through gold and iron. Huh! In an instant, the four people's laughter came to an abrupt halt as if they had seen a ghost. Their expressions of great shock mixed with their frozen expressions was truly wonderful. Attack! Either he dies, or I die, Ban Sung Young roared after recovering from his shock. Wild dog die! Chapter 1282. Rumble. The four palms that were originally hovering above Chu Yang's head were now releasing an incomparably vigorous spiritual power, like a flood from a dam. The palm power was surging like a surging wave, and was as heavy as a mountain. It fiercely slammed down towards Chu Yang. Although Ban Sung Young and the other three spoke disdainfully, they did their best when they attacked. Obviously, they weren't as relaxed as they appeared to be when facing Chu Yang. Or, to be exact, they were scared to death when facing Chu Yang. Therefore, they felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders when they had succeeded just now. After all, everything that Chu Yang did in the Sky Academy was too amazing. It wasn't something that an ordinary person could do. Since the four of you aren't fools, then you're just cannon fodder. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down immediately, and let me give you a good ideological education. Even a soul amalgamation realm wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of the four people, let alone a spirit realm. They would either be smashed into meat paste or turned into mincemeat. However, in the face of such an attack, Chu Yang's handsome face remained calm and had a smile on it. When the attacks of the three people were about to land, he still smiled and said, "That's good. Let me try and see how big the difference is between the two." For people at the peak of the soul amalgamation realm were just right to test the results of the martial arts cultivation in the divine world. They weren't weak, but they weren't too strong either. Swish! Before Chu Yang's voice could reach the ears of the four people, his body moved and an afterimage appeared. Ban Sung Young and the other three rushed over violently. They used all their strength and bombarded the afterimage. It's comparable to the speed of a ninth stage refinement. The heavenly abode in his body made Chu Yang feel as if he had a source of power. Moreover, this source of power seemed to be endless. With a slight push, his speed was extremely shocking. It felt as if Chu Yang was riding a bicycle before, but he suddenly drove a sports car. If I push the heavenly abode with all my strength, my speed will be even more terrifying than the speed of a ninth stage refinement. He was astonished. The cultivation system of the God realm was indeed unique. At the same time, a thought appeared in his mind. If he was able to transfer the explosive power of the ninth cycle onto the 9 transformations, his speed would become even more frightening. An afterimage? What terrifying speed! How can a spirit stage martial artist possess such ridiculous speed? After their attack missed, Ban Sung Young and the other three's expressions changed. The fear in their hearts was magnified infinitely. They had heard that the wild dog was incomparably ferocious, and it could really scare people to death. Hey, can the four of you react a little faster? I've already been in a daze for a while. What else do you want? Chu Yang also realized that his reaction speed was at least twice as fast as before. His mind was completely shaken. The instant Ban Sung Young and the others' expressions changed, Chu Yang's figure flashed again and appeared behind Shi Yongfeng like a ghost. With a point of his index finger, a sword aura flashed. It was as fast as lightning as it pierced through the void and headed straight for the back of Shi Yongfeng's head. Shi Yongfeng noticed that Chu Yang's finger was extremely sharp. His pupils trembled as he turned around and opened his fist into a palm. Dense spiritual energy shot out. Diamond Divine Fist. He wasn't weak, and he had a lot of combat experience. Although he was caught off guard by Chu Yang, he immediately counterattacked to delay and wait for the other three's assistance. Interesting. It seems that the power of the shocking divine sword art is quite amazing. However, I can't kill him so early. Otherwise, I won't be able to play with him anymore. Chu Yang looked at his index finger that was spitting out sword aura. His eyes were a little dazed, and his attention was not on the other four. His words caused Cui Xinho and the other two's faces to turn red. They were definitely idiots. Worry my ass. Chapter 1283. There's no need to doubt. Your brains are structured like a well. The parrot directly determined the structure of their brains, making the three extremely depressed, but unable to refute. Compared to them, The pit bird clearly understood how terrifying Chu Yang was. Wild Dog, Ban Sung Young, and the other three not only had ears but also eyes. Being looked down upon like this, their anger instantly drowned out their fear. Whoosh! Just as Ban Sung Young's powerful fist was about to collide with Chu Yang, they saw Chu Yang dodge. That astonishing speed once again erupted, and his figure actually disappeared again, easily shaking off the attack. Shi Yongfeng's fist missed. His pupils suddenly shrank, and then he suddenly felt a sense of danger and hurriedly turned around again. Immediately, he was somewhat astonished to see that Chu Yang had once again appeared behind him, and the index finger that was spitting out sword light had already lightly touched his shoulder. Poochie! The flashing sword light, like a sword of light, pierced through his shoulder like a piece of paper, and blood sputtered out. The eastern wilderness is really powerful. Seeing this, Cui Xinho and the other two's eyes flashed with admiration. Chu Yang's strength was obviously not something they could imagine. I say, can you be more serious? Chu Yang laughed. It's also fortunate that you met a kind person like me. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a hole in your shoulder, but in your head or throat. Shi Yongfeng's embarrassment was far greater than the pain in his shoulder. In just a short exchange, Shi Yongfeng had been killed by Wild Dog. This made Ban Sung Young and the other two's eyelids twitch violently, and the uneasiness and fear in their hearts grew. The demon in their imagination was more terrifying than a demon, and was simply the ancestor of demons. Everyone gathered together. Wild Dog's speed is extremely fast. Don't be separated by him. Ban Sung Young roared sternly. Cheng En and Tai Yunjing nodded solemnly. Then, they moved and attacked Chu Yang from both sides. Ban Sung Young attacked from the front, directly facing Chu Yang, while the injured Shi Yongfeng attacked from behind. However, Chu Yang was still able to deal with the four of them working together to encircle and suppress him. When he used the 5 elements disordered steps, he became more flexible and more flexible. He was not affected by the cycle of the 5 elements or the restraint of the 5 elements. He was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. The martial way of the gods is indeed powerful. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. There was no need to visualize anything during a battle. Without such restrictions and preparation time, one's battle prowess would increase tremendously. The heavenly spirit world's excessive reliance on martial souls was indeed a huge drawback. Thousands of thoughts flashed through Chu Yang's mind. As his feet landed, he shifted left and right. His figure was even more fleeting than a ghost, causing the 4 people's ferocious attacks to completely miss. Golden Crow 9 Swords. Seeing Chu Yang's amazing movements, a cold light flashed through Ban Sung Young's eyes. Immediately, he changed his move. Vigorous spiritual energy swept out. A sun seemed to appear in his palm. The 9 golden crows turned into 9 long swords and pierced towards Chu Yang. Swoosh! Swoosh! The long swords flew out and surrounded Chu Yang. Together with the other 3, they formed a fan shape around Chu Yang. The sharp sword Qi could easily pierce through thick steel plates. Hey, not bad. Chu Yang was slightly surprised. The sword technique that Ban Sung Young used was very impressive. Mountain Seal, Flood Dragon Scissors. Vajra subdues demons. When the other 3 saw that Chu Yang's figure was slowed down by Ban Sung Young, they all attacked together. The surging spiritual energy turned into a mountain and pressed down on Chu Yang. 2 flood dragons formed a pair of scissors and cut towards Chu Yang. Chapter 1284. It's time to try something else. A mocking smile appeared on Chu Yang's lips. Then, he unleashed the overturning sky seal, the heaven patching seal, and the slaughter seal. At this moment, he felt as if a celestial had appeared in the heavenly abode within his body. It was turning the world upside down, mending the heavens, and finally slaughtering all living beings in the world. At his lower abdomen, an endless amount of dazzling light burst out, making him look like a celestial being. It was as if he was the first living being created by the heavens and earth. Chuyang did not need to visualize anymore. It seemed as if he wanted to transform into a celestial being. Overturning sky's seal. Rumble. The suppressing mountain was reversed and pushed back. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The heaven-patching seal formed a heavenly barrier and blocked the hole in the heavens, blocking the King Kong fist and flood dragon scissors. When a slaughter seal was unleashed, thousands of swords were unleashed. The sharp aura directly drowned out the 9 golden crow swords. Clang, 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 clang. The 9 golden crow swords shattered and turned into surging energy that spread out in all directions. Ah! 2 blood-curdling screams rang out. Although Ban Sung-young tried his best to resist the slaughter seal, he was instantly drenched in blood, and one of his arms was chopped off. Another person faced his own mountain and used his own mountain against his own. However, he suddenly realized that the reversed mountain was actually heavier than his own. With a huge force, he screamed and was sent flying. The wild dog is actually so terrifying. It's actually so unfathomable. Ban Sung-young and the other 3's all-out attack was easily disintegrated. 2 of them were even seriously injured. They were so scared that their hearts and livers were about to shatter. Chuyang was only at the 8th level of the spirit stage, while they were at the peak of the 9th level of the soul fusion realm. However, even with the 4 of them working together, they were still unable to withstand a single blow. The power is still lacking. Logically speaking, 2 of us should have died by now. At this moment, Chuyang was weighing the pros and cons. He did not visualize a celestial being. Although his attacks were faster and he could unleash 3 moves with just a thought, the power had decreased by at least 30 to 40% or even more. Scatter and escape. Every single one of us escapes. Ban Sung-young was the leader of the 4, and he was scared out of his wits, especially since Wild Dog was clearly using them as a guinea pig and hadn't used his full strength. If they didn't escape now, none of them would be able to survive. Shoo! Shoo! With the sound of the air being torn apart, the 4 of them fled in different directions. They had already fled for some distance, but they could sense that Wild Dog was still in a daze. He was muttering to himself, "This is like sacrificing strength in exchange for speed. I don't know if he can perfectly combine the 2. Great. The 4 of them were overjoyed when they saw that Chuyang didn't immediately chase after them. This was simply a narrow escape from death. They had picked up their lives for nothing. I say, for heroes, did I say you could leave? Chuyang didn't look at the 4 of them. While thinking, he casually said, "You've done a good deed. Since you're such good people, this humble one should express his gratitude." Ban Sung-young and Shi Yongfeng had already fled far away. When they heard Chu Yang's voice, it was very weak and almost inaudible. Therefore, they were completely relieved and laughed happily. How could they be afraid of Chu Yang? Haha, Wild Dog, come and thank me. Otherwise, I'll continue to do good deeds. Ban Sung-young had just laughed out loud when Shi Yongfeng also provoked him. Wild Dog, come and chase me if you dare. Hee hee, I should use Wild Dog's words. Wild Dog, Grandpa is showing off. Come and bite me if you dare. Chapter 1285. What should I say? How did you recover your mysterious confidence so quickly? Or do you not know what Grandpa's heaven-blessed martial prowess is like? Whoosh! As he spoke, Chuyang activated his grotto heaven with all his might. Boom! Boom! Instantly, a series of sonic booms rang out. It was as if the void had been pierced through. He was like a falling star. The surface of his body burned with raging flames. The obstructions formed by the air were like walls that were all smashed apart. Boom! Chuyang was out of control. With a boom, he slowed down halfway and forcibly stopped, directly cutting off Ban Shingrong's path. Hero, I heard that you're going to continue doing good deeds. I'm here to express my gratitude to you on behalf of all living beings. What kind of speed is this? Ban Sung-young was so frightened that he trembled and almost collapsed to the ground. He was in complete despair. Ha! Chu Yang's spirit energy rushed out from his index finger and transformed into an arm. He fiercely grabbed Ban Xingrong and pinched him until his eyes rolled back. But he didn't care. He just carried Ban Xingrong and chased after Shi Yongfeng. You little thing, speak clearly. Are you a female? No. Why do you want me to chase after you? Please tell me the reason. Ghost. Shi Yongfeng was almost scared out of his wits, but his voice stopped abruptly. He also received the same treatment as Ban Sungyang. Are you sure you want me to bite you? Woof, woof, woof. The spirit energy turned into a dog the size of a calf and bit Chung and crazily, making him scream. Soon his body was covered in blood, and there was not a piece of unharmed flesh on his body. The last one, Tai Yunzheng, was even more miserable. It was not one dog that bit him, but 7 or 8. When the spirit energy turned into a dog the size of a calf and brought him back, his arms and legs were in the dog's mouth. In the blink of an eye, the 4 people who were originally fleeing in all directions were all captured by Chu Yang and thrown to the ground like 4 dead dogs. Cui Xinho and the other 2 broke out in cold sweat. Chu Yang was simply too terrifying. The parrot's eyes also bulged. It seemed that Chu Hang was even more ferocious than before. And it wasn't just a little bit more ferocious. The 4 heroes have won the Hero Award. I would like to ask you to express your current feelings. When Ban Sungyang saw Chu Yang's smiling face, he couldn't help but shrink back. Horrifying, extremely horrifying. The wild dog was so terrifying that it made people despair and want to commit suicide. In their eyes, the demons were many times more adorable than Chu Yang. With this little bit of ability, you want to show off? The parrot was extremely disdainful. It looked at these people as if they were 4 super idiots. Then it felt that it hadn't expressed itself sufficiently, so it added, especially when you dare to show off in front of my master, Chu Hang. What are you guys thinking? This divine bird is very curious about the structure of your brains. Who knows? Who would dare to come if they knew? This time it's completely over. Falling into the hands of the wild dog is more terrible than falling into the hands of the demons. How was the wild dog going to torture them? Ban Sungyang and the other 3 people's hearts were full of mixed feelings. It was really difficult to express. This time, they were really tired of living and were tired of living. You could provoke anyone, but you can't provoke this demon. This wild dog, even the demons have to call him father when they see him. However, it was too late to say anything now. Therefore, the 4 people all lowered their eyes in despair, waiting for Chu Yang to kill them. I asked you to give your acceptance speech because I'm giving you another chance. Do you understand? Acceptance speech, what a big award. Their lives were almost gone. Chapter 1286. Looks like you guys are really ill-informed. Don't you know who hates those who refuse to cooperate the most? Chu Yang smiled faintly. He raised his hand and heavily slapped Ban Sungyang's chest. The tyrannical force caused his body to bend like a bow. I was still merciful just now. Chu Yang continued. This is the last chance I'm giving you. Confess, and I'll be lenient. Resist, and I'll be strict. You guys should know what to do next, right? Ban Xingrong opened his eyes and saw the sneer on the corner of Chu Yang's mouth. Ban Xingrong's heart suddenly shrank. He had heard too much about this person. His death was definitely a fortunate thing. The person in front of him was the one who invented the method of stripping naked and hanging up to dry. He did everything to the extreme. Just listening to it would make you feel a chill down your spine. However, what could he say? Because he was afraid that Chu Yang would deal with him and create a new invention, he fearfully handed over his imprint. A ray of light flew out from the imprint between his eyebrows and entered Chu Yang's imprint. The latter's imprint immediately lit up, and the number changed from 3 to 6. So it's like this. Then let's take it step by step. Chu Yang called Cui Xinho and the other 2 over and had them collect the imprint points of the other 3. The 4 of them were all at the peak of the 9th level of the soul amalgamation realm. The lowest imprint point was 5. After absorbing their points, Cui Xinho and the other 2's points all reached 6. Then, Chu Yang spoke again. Please continue. In the end, they couldn't escape. Shu Yang didn't care about these imprint points. Ban Sung Young's eyes were incomparably gloomy. He said, "The four of us don't actually know each other. We were all forced to come here after being controlled. As for who ordered the four of us to test you, we have no way of knowing." Shu Yang smiled again. "It's over just like that. Do you think I'm satisfied? I really don't know anything else." Ban Sung Young's pupils trembled. He was terrified to the extreme because Chu Yang could be ruthless in the next moment. "Release your consciousness." The cold voice stunned Ban Sung Young. This was not the result he had expected. Then, he did as he was told. Chu Yang's consciousness entered his spiritual world and carefully checked his memories. Just as he said, everything was true and there was not a single lie. He also checked the memories of Shi Yongfeng and the other two, and the result was the same. The four of them were all defeated and then threatened. In the end, the four of them were forced to gather together and practice together. Chu Yang couldn't help but frown. All of this happened before the assessment. In other words, before the outer court exam began, someone had already made preparations to deal with him. But who exactly was it? Xiao Wanjin? Liu Yunpeng? Xiao Chang'e? He went through each person's name in his mind, but there were too many people. It could be the whole Sky Academy. He couldn't find any clues. He couldn't help but say coldly in his heart, "Which bastard is so concerned about me? You'd better not let me know." The last problem was how to deal with Ban Sung Young and the other three. Chu Yang thought for a while. The purpose of the people in the dark should be to investigate my background. As for the life and death of Ban Sung Young and the other three, they don't care at all. They even want me to kill all four of them to accumulate hatred. The four of you, I will show you a path that will definitely allow you to survive. Survive? Ban Sung Young and the other three had never thought that they could survive in Chu Yang's hands. "In the future, follow me." After saying that, Chu Yang laughed again. "Of course, you can refuse, and I will never force you to stay. But if you are killed, don't say that we didn't warn you." Chapter 1287. After Ban Sung Young and the others recovered from their astonishment, they kept looking at each other. After a while, Ban Sung Young was the first to speak. "All right, I'll follow you." Chu Yang didn't know what Ban Sung Young was thinking, but he smiled. "You won't be disappointed." Ban Sung Young didn't know if he would be disappointed by such a confident smile in the future, but for now, he actually believed in such a sentence. Not long ago, he was still calling Chu Yang a wild dog. After Ban Sung Young, perhaps Shi Yongfeng and the others were afraid that Chu Yang would kill them if they didn't agree, so in the end, they all compromised. "Waha!" The parrot immediately laughed. "I'm going to build a team." "Trash! Get ready to tremble." Chui Shinho and the others were also very excited. "Eastern Wilderness. Since you want to build a team, you should at least have a name, right?" Chu Yang pondered for a moment. Building a team wasn't his original intention, but what he did just now was no different from this. So he simply said in his heart, "Then let's build a team. I think I'll like it if there's a bunch of little brothers behind me waving flags and cheering." He immediately said, "Let's call it the East Arrival Pavilion." East Arrival Pavilion? The parrot rolled its eyes, and once again looked down on Chu Yang's ability to come up with a name. It didn't know that when the East Arrival Pavilion was in the Eastern Wilderness, Chu Yang had already built it in the Five Elements sect. Now, Chu Yang was very straightforward and directly used it. Then, what made the parrot even more depressed was that Chui Shinho and the others were very excited when they heard the name. East Arrival, purple chi from the east. The meaning is very good. Not only that, East Arrival also explains where we came from. East Arrival, East Continent. Who doesn't know that I'm from the Eastern Wilderness? I think it's good too. Ban Sung Young didn't have the right to speak, and now they couldn't speak either. Chu Yang's attention wasn't on this. He suddenly smiled toward the few hidden corners in the forest. "Everyone, if anyone wishes to join this humble one's East Arrival Pavilion, this humble one welcomes you with open arms. However, I hope that everyone will be prepared before coming here. I'm not always in such a good mood." There was no sound in the forest, but Chu Yang clearly knew that there were many people secretly watching him. As for the purpose of these people, Most of them were probably probing his strength. After this incident, he believed that many people would be much more careful when taking action again. Then, all of you can scram now. Otherwise, I'll invite you over for tea. Shwa shwa shwa. As soon as Chu Yang's words fell, the people hiding in the dark of the forest immediately fled like birds startled by the twang of a bow. They didn't dare to stay a moment longer. That feeling of being stared at like prey made them very terrified. Chu Yang, this wild dog, was too frightening. It made their hearts palpitate. Some of them, after distancing themselves from Chu Yang, looked over and saw that the wild dog was actually standing there motionless. Their faces couldn't help but turn gloomy. The wild dog is really arrogant. He actually dares to do this. Clearly, he's not afraid that someone will find trouble with him again. Using his own words, he's really confident in himself. Two people looked at Chu Yang from afar and sneered. If it weren't for Xiao Wanjin and the others insisting on personally killing this wild dog, I'm afraid that wild dog would have already died on the spot. However, this wild dog's strength is truly frightening. 4 ninth-layer soul fusion realm cultivators working together were actually so weak in his hands. The two of them discussed in a low voice. Even though they were far away, they were still afraid that Chu Yang would notice. This isn't something we should consider. We could just send the news back. It's a pity that we still haven't completely figured out this wild dog's background. Otherwise, it would definitely be a great achievement. Soon, don't worry. Chapter 1288. In the Eastern Wilderness, you won't have any trouble after this, right? After waiting for a while, Cui Xin-ho and the others found that the people who had been spying on them had all left. Some of them looked very funny when they ran away, so they couldn't help laughing. Chu Yang looked into the distance. Then, he shook his head and said, "No, they won't give up until they have thoroughly investigated my background. Therefore, they will use more despicable means in the future, and the people they send to test my strength will be stronger." Hao Haodong couldn't help but smile bitterly. The people from the Eastern Wilderness were really targeted. Since they entered the Sky Academy, this had never stopped. You don't have to worry about that. Chu Yang's black eyes were slightly cold. The more they attack, the more exposed they will be. At that time, it will be time for me to settle the score with them. In this so-called land of frost, where there was no trace of frost, Chu Yang's main enemies were Xiao Wanjin and the others. With their arrogance, it was difficult for them to do such a thing, but it was hard to say. If it weren't for them, there would be a poisonous snake lurking around him. It would be better to kill such a snake as early as possible. After all, it was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to guard against a stab in the dark. Chu Yang pursed his lips. He didn't want to be defeated by these rats in the dark. It seems that I have to break through to the 7th level Array Master first. Then, I will have a better chance to deal with Xiao Wanjin and the others, as well as the thieves in the dark. Chu Yang had many means now, but not many of them could resist the attacks of the Dharma characteristic realm. In the outer yard of the Sky Academy, the highest realm was the Dharma characteristic realm. Therefore, if he became a 7th level Array Master, he shouldn't be afraid of anyone in the outer yard assessment. As for the limitless body, his self-created technique, as well as the martial arts system of the two worlds, he still needed time to carefully carve and straighten them out bit by bit. Only when he thoroughly understood them would he be able to unleash their greatest power. Right now, he was still lacking a lot. Ban Sung-young and the other 3 needed a long time to heal their injuries, because Chu Yang had injured them too severely. Tai Yun-jung, who had his 4 limbs bitten off, was in the most miserable state. Although his 4 limbs were bitten off, they were still intact and could be reattached. If they were not, then it would be troublesome. Night was about to fall. The incomparably dark night was like ink, enveloping the entire land of frost. In the night sky, the stars were incomparably lonely, with only a few twinkling from time to time. In the forest at night, all kinds of roars resounded from time to time. Some were angry, some were fearful. As time went by, the outer yard students of the Sky Academy invaded deeper into the land. The demonic beasts, who were the native inhabitants, obviously did not allow other masters to live on the land. Therefore, the battle continued. In a secluded mountain forest, a bonfire was burning. Chu Yang was sitting cross-legged under an ancient tree, preparing to break through to the 7th grade array master. A 7th level array master was comparable to a warrior in the Dharma characteristic realm by relying on the formation. It was extremely difficult to break the heavenly barrier formed by the formation. Previously, when he broke through to the 6th grade array, he used the formation as his body to reveal the heavenly barrier and break it with the help of external forces. This time, there was no such condition. However, if Chu Yang wanted to break through, he naturally had something to rely on. What he relied on was the accumulation of power from the world of gods. Chapter 1289. The Tao splitting spirit split was when the divine soul was operated to the extreme and divided into 3, transforming into 3 different selves. In the demon Tao, this was also called the primordial spirits of 3 separations. In the immortal world, it was called the 3 pure ones. If one could reach such a realm, they would be truly powerful and extremely difficult to kill. Once this was cultivated, one's cultivation would be 3 times stronger. It was equivalent to having 3 selves. Moreover, the 3 selves could each do their own things, reincarnate or reincarnate. When combined, it wouldn't be as simple as 3 selves overlapping. This was just like Chu Yang's divine twins. Of course, this was a great fortune. The transformation of his soul was definitely not that simple. After all, when the soul was divided into 2, the power of the soul would definitely weaken. However, Chu Yang's power of the soul didn't weaken. Instead, it strengthened. The part of his divine soul that cultivated the martial arts system of the heavenly spirit world didn't change. However, the part of his divine soul that cultivated the martial arts system of the God's world was not only born, but it was completely equal to the former. Unknowingly, he seemed to have gained an additional 1, 3, and 7 souls. It was as if he had gained an extra soul. Chu Yang wasn't clear about the specifics yet, but he was certain that all of this wasn't due to him. Instead, it was due to the influence of the rules of the great Tao in the world of gods. He had used his destiny twin martial spirits to steal a great fortune. It was as if Chu Yang was born in the gods' world. Now, it was as if he was a fusion of himself from 2 worlds. To put it simply, if his current body was the limitless body, then his soul would become the limitless soul. The limitless soul gave birth to 2 soul systems to correspond to the laws of the 2 worlds. With 2 soul systems, 1 soul system wasn't enough to break through the heavenly barrier and become a 7th grade array master. However, if the 2 soul systems worked together, it would be easy. This was Chu Yang's plan. As the plan went on, Chu Yang's lower abdomen instantly lit up. In the dark night, the light emitted from his body was incomparably dazzling. Then, the light became brighter and brighter, making his whole body transparent. His lower abdomen looked like a big sun hanging high in the sky. This was Chu Yang's grotto heaven. At this moment, within the grotto heaven, a sea of spiritual chi was surging, condensing into the sun, moon, and stars, evolving into a day and night. Soon enough, the stars in the heavenly abode transformed on their own. It was as though the heavenly abode had transformed into a real world. The flow of time became regular. The sun rose and the moon set. During this process, the sun rose from the east, the moon shone over the sea, the stars in the sky, the sea rose, and various other scenes appeared one after another. Right now, Chu Yang was only at the 8th level of the spirit stage. His spirit stage had yet to reach perfection. Therefore, the heavenly abode that corresponded to the other system had yet to reach perfection. If the heavenly grotto heaven was perfected, one would be able to sense the stars, sun, and moon in the outside world and move in sync with them. The heavenly grotto heaven would shine brilliantly, and all phenomena would appear. When a manifestation of the myriad manifestations finally converged into a single point, the primordial spirit would be formed. This was the primordial spirit realm of the gods. What Chuyang needed to do now was to temporarily reveal his primordial spirit, and then use them to break through the barrier of heaven. Following the changes in his heavenly abode, Cui Xinho and the others, as well as Ban Sung Yang, could clearly feel a strange fluctuation. This fluctuation was very novel to them, as if they were seeing a new world. Therefore, they were incomparably shocked. At the same time, they also became cautious. They were afraid that their movements would affect Chu Yang's cultivation. In just a short moment, the few people who were holding their breaths immediately saw the sun on Chu Yang's lower abdomen. Flowers, birds, fish, insects, beasts, the sun, the moon, and the stars all appeared. It was as if the Creator was creating everything. Chapter 1290. At this time, Cui Xinho, Ban Shingrong, and the others saw that there seemed to be 7 big suns appearing in Chu Yang's body. They connected into a line. Finally, the light beam was projected between his eyebrows, forming a human figure. Spirit. Chu Yang's spirit. The 7 suns were like 7 stars in a line, forming a spirit. Whether it was Cui Xinho or Ban Sung Yang, they were all very clear about it. However, what was the thing in Chu Yang's lower abdomen? Buzz. Buzz. Suddenly, Chu Yang's body shook violently. Then, they saw the spirit between Chu Yang's eyebrows and the human figure in his lower abdomen punch at a certain spot at the same time. Rumble. The sound of a mountain collapsing instantly filled their ears, causing their minds to shake violently. By the time they regained their senses, they discovered that Chu Yang's spirit and the human-shaped shadow in his lower abdomen had already disappeared. Moreover, they also discovered that a strange change had occurred in the surrounding void. It seemed that there were faintly discernible thin lines floating in the void, touching their divine senses. What happened? Every one of them was extremely surprised. However, when those thin lines touched their divine senses, they were inexplicably touched, and a mysterious feeling surged in their hearts. Are you guys lacking something? Why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry up and comprehend it. Do you think there are many opportunities like this? The parrot, who had been quietly comprehending, was awakened by the great change. When it saw Cui Xinho and the others in a daze, it couldn't help but say this. Then, it closed its eyes and no longer spoke. At that moment, Cui Xinho and the others were shocked. They immediately sat down cross-legged and carefully comprehended it. Chu Yang's area immediately became extremely quiet. There was no more sound. The roars of beasts in the distance made the area seem even quieter. At that moment, Chu Yang had broken through the barrier of the sky. However, the difference was that this time, when he broke through to the array master level, what he felt was no longer the sky and the earth. Instead, he saw thin lines. Besides the thin lines, there was nothing else. He almost couldn't feel his own existence, as if he had disappeared. Is this a rule thread that only those in the transcendence realm can sense? In the Dharma characteristic realm, spirit chi would transform into dharmic powers. Transcendence energy possessed great mysteries. It wasn't simply condensing spirit chi to the limit and transforming it into transcendence energy when its quality reached the limit. Instead, it was a complete evolution and transformation, just like how demonic beasts gained intelligence and transformed into humans. This involved the rules of the Great Tao. If one could not touch the natural order, they would never be able to transform their spirit chi into dharmic powers and would forever be stuck in the transcendence realm. This was good. For example, Chu Yang. Because of his powerful martial soul, the quality of Chu Yang's spiritual chi was extremely amazing. It was not inferior to the spiritual chi of a soul amalgamation realm martial artist. Therefore, when he had just entered the Sky Academy, he had been able to kill the Pill Fire Sage and the others when Sima Jian had limited their realms. In the Seven Wheels demonic realm, he had obtained the spirit origin of 2 supreme characters. His 7 souls had become even stronger and the quality of his spirit chi had become even higher. Later, he had introduced the power of the world of the gods into his body. During the collision, his spirit chi had been refined again. Now, the quality of his spirit chi was unknown, but it still could not be transformed into dermic powers. With the help of the breakthrough array, I can sense the natural order of the world. Maybe I can directly transform my spirit chi into dermic powers. Rumble, Chu Yang, and the others were cultivating with all their might. Suddenly, the earth shook violently. Great vibrations and fluctuations came from right in front of them. At the same time, the roars of demonic beasts came from afar. It's demonic beasts. The parrot, Chui Shinho, and the others opened their eyes in an instant and immediately cursed, "Damn it!" Soon after, their eyes widened as they saw a pack of fiery red wolves charging towards them. From afar, the pack of wolves looked like moving flames. Their bodies were burning with flames, and they were extremely powerful. There were many of them. A pack of fiery wolves. There are so many of them, and the ones with the lowest cultivation level seem to be at the spirit realm. Some of them are even at the transcendence realm. Chapter 1291. After the fiery wolves approached, they slowly closed in. Pairs of burning eyes stared at Chui Shinho and the others as if they were sheep. They let out deep roars but did not immediately attack. Chui Shinho and O Lujing's expressions were extremely solemn. They could only rely on Chu Yang to deal with such a large group of wolves. Ban Sung Young, Tai Yunzheng, and the others were pale. They had just submitted to Chu Yang, and they might lose their lives here. Only the parrot's eyes flickered. It was thinking about how to deal with the wolf pack. Chu Heng clearly had a great comprehension and must not be disturbed. At this time, Chu Yang had already noticed the arrival of the wolf pack. The huge movement just now had a great impact on him. Those incomparably clear thin lines were no longer so clear. He was not angry because he was not allowed to be angry. He also did not move because he was not allowed to move. After breaking through to the 7th grade array master, perceiving the thin lines of the laws was like a sudden burst of inspiration. Once missed, there was no way to get it back. Chu Yang tried his best to calm himself down and comprehend with all his might. As long as he could hold on, he would hold on, because this was very important to him. Help! Suddenly, an extremely sharp scream exploded in the air, bursting out in front of Chui Shinho and the others. It formed a visible sharp wave, directly attacking Chu Yang. A fierce wind blew, whistling incessantly. Boom! The sound wave was caught off guard and suddenly poured into Chu Yang's ears. He was suddenly shocked, and his mind exploded. The thin lines in his perception completely disappeared. When he tried to sense them again, there was no trace of them at all. Damn it! Buzz! Chu Yang suddenly opened his eyes, and a great amount of anger was vented. The light in his eyes was like a sharp blade. A pressure rushed out, and circles of ripples appeared in the air. In an instant, the fiery wolves instinctively felt fear and unconsciously retreated. Ban Sung Yang, who was beside Chu Yang, couldn't help but tremble under such pressure, as if he was a subject facing an enraged monarch. Chu Yang opened his eyes and saw the owner of the scream. It was a little girl dressed in white. She was about 13 or 14 years old. She had a head of golden hair, and her small face was very delicate. She was cute and moving. Her big eyes were pure like a lake. At this time, they were rippling with a heart-wrenching panic. This was an extremely cute and beautiful little girl. Most people who saw her would not be able to hate her. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes. This little girl was not simple. She was actually able to appear in front of them without a sound. She was probably invisible just now, so he did not show any signs of wanting to attack immediately. The little girl's face was filled with surprise as she ran towards Chu Yang and the others. She was like a fairy, like a little beast in the mountains. However, her surprise quickly dissipated bit by bit because the person in front of her didn't seem to have any intention of saving her at all, especially the person in the center. His sharp gaze was like a divine spear that shot towards her, as if he wanted to nail her to the ground. Bad guy. The little girl was immediately angry. Then, tears gathered in her big eyes, and soon, she was about to cry. However, she bit her lips tightly and stubbornly refused to let her tears fall. She looked extremely wronged and helpless, which made people feel sorry for her. Her current appearance was completely innocent. It was as if she didn't understand why these people in front of her were so cold and actually didn't want to save her. Chapter 1292. Her angry eyes made Shui Shinho laugh even though he was about to kill someone. He no longer had any ill feelings towards her and explained in his heart. She didn't know that Chu Yang was in a critical situation just now. She was only running for her life and rushed towards them in a hurry. If she knew, she definitely wouldn't have come. Chu Yang looked at the little girl's pitiful and miserable appearance, and his face couldn't help but twitch. Let alone a woman. He realized that Shui Shinho and the others' sympathy had already overflowed without hesitation. They were just short of hugging her in their arms and comforting her. Eastern Wilderness, let's save her. Olajing really couldn't bear it. So Chu Yang didn't say anything until now. He couldn't help but speak up. I'll kill whoever goes over. Chu Yang gritted his teeth as he spoke. Suddenly, in his consciousness, he sensed strands of law jumping out one after another. They were like a woman's hair falling on his face, tickling his senses and making him feel a little itchy. Strands of law. Although Chu Yang was confused and didn't know the situation, he couldn't help but feel happy. However, he quickly realized that there was something different. These weren't the original strands of law. If they were both women, then the woman just now was as cold as ice, and the woman now was extremely charming. The laws of the God's world. The laws of the God's world's formation masters. The God's world also had formation masters, but they weren't called formation masters. They were called domain masters. The two were very similar, but also very different. Domain masters learned complex inscriptions, observed the terrain, learned, and became proficient in arrays. In the beginning, they needed magnetic stones to inscribe inscriptions on. Only then could they set up the array. Later on, when their domain cultivation became more profound, they could directly condense spirit seals. This wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was why the God's world's formation rules appeared. However, in just an instant, Chu Yang understood. Because of his limitless body and limitless soul, the two worlds were one day, and one was night to him. When the day passed, the night would appear. Because of that, the heavenly soul world's array formation rules disappeared, while the myriad God world's array formation rules were revealed. In this way, even if he was disturbed again and again, he would not have to worry, because the two would appear alternately until he completely comprehended them. In fact, he might even need someone to disturb him now, so that he could switch between the two, so that he could remember and comprehend the laws of both. Huh? Chu Yang suddenly laughed out loud, and this was only for a short period of time. Therefore, the drastic change in his mood made everyone at the side feel astonished. They were baffled. The little girl's big eyes also faintly flashed with a trace of doubt, but it disappeared in a flash. Then, she screamed as if she had met a big bad wolf. The little girl ran away in a panic. It seemed that the pack of wolves behind her had started to chase after her again. Her footsteps became disorderly, making her look even more pitiful, especially when they suddenly fell and scrambled up in a panic. Looking at the ferocious fiery wolves in front of them with fear, it was simply heart-wrenching. Sigh. Hao Haodong also couldn't bear to see her like this. He also said, Eastern Wilderness, please save her. Although the Eastern continent discriminates against us, she is still a little girl in the end. We can't just stand by and watch her die. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. Hao Haodong actually thought that he would refuse to save her because of this reason. He was really convinced. If he was like Hao Haodong, he would definitely be played to death. Girls are very weak, very pitiful, and need to be cared for and sympathized with. Your eyes are blind, your heart is muddled. You really haven't seen how a strong woman can trample a man under her feet. Chapter 1293. Yes, master. Flap, flap, flap. The distance between them was very close. As soon as the parrot flew over, it shot out 9 colored threads with its claws. It looked like it was going to deal with the wolves, but it suddenly turned and trapped the little girl tightly. Then it carried her back. Wah, master has succeeded. The parrot laughed proudly. When it comes to treachery, this divine bird is second in the world, if not the first. This little girl has fallen into our hands. Dealing with the wolves will be much easier. Chui Xinho and Ban Sungyang were stunned. The wolves were attracted by this cute little girl? Was that possible? They couldn't believe it, and looked at Chu Yang with suspicion. Scoundrel! You are a big scoundrel, worse than a wolf. The little girl's big eyes were full of tears. Coupled with her childish words, Chui Xinho and the others felt even more distressed, and became even more suspicious of Chu Yang. Chu Yang's face twitched again, and then he said, "You can really act." Then he said to Chui Xinho and the others, "Have you read books? You know that there are 3 kinds of people in the world. When you see them, you must pay attention to them. Old people with crutches, beautiful women, and the little girl in front of you." Tap! Chu Yang flicked the little girl's forehead, and the little girl cried loudly, looking even more pitiful. Chui Xinho and the others couldn't agree with Chu Yang's logic. Eastern wilderness, are you mistaken? How could such a little girl have ulterior motives to interrupt your enlightenment? Hey! Chu Yang suddenly looked at Chui Xinho and the others and asked, "Where is this place?" They were stunned, and then they broke out in cold sweat. This was the land of frost. If she was just an ordinary little girl, how could she dare to enter such a dangerous place alone? Waha! The parrot laughed strangely. I said that your brains are made of a well, and I really didn't wrong you. Learn a little, and don't let others sell you off in the future. The few of them were speechless. Chu Yang began to interrogate them while comprehending the threads. He didn't want to do this, but if he let Chui Xinho and the others interrogate this little girl, they would probably be blind. Name? Bad guy, you're a big bad guy. The little girl was still delicate and pitiful. She widened her eyes and shed tears. She didn't forget to put on an angry look, which added to her cuteness. Do you know of a creature called a little lowly? Chu Yang lifted the little girl in front of him and said, "The general gender of lowless is female. Most of them don't exceed 16 years old, but their mental age can be slightly more mature. According to the definition level, the age requirement can fluctuate. Personality can be unlimited. Lolas can have many different personalities, such as tsundere, shy, naive, gentle, fiery, spoiled, black-bellied, and so on. Ta! The little girl's forehead was hit by Chu Yang again. Your type belongs to the black-bellied, extremely black-bellied. As for Lolas, most of them are petite. Their physical characteristics are generally slightly developed. Half of them are slightly developed, 30% are without breasts, and 20% are with breasts. Their eyes are watery, and when there are tears, it will make people concerned. Their voices are sweet and tender. Hearing their voices, 9 out of 10 men will have their hearts beat faster. Chu Yang's summary was simply incisive. Chui Xinho and the others listened and felt that the little girl in front of them completely matched the characteristics, but they were still incomparably speechless. Was this real or fake? Chapter 1294. As for the little girl, she was no longer crying. Her pure eyes were wide open, as if she was looking at something strange. She looked at Chu Yang from head to toe, as if she was fighting back against being defined as a lowly. She also wanted to define something for Chu Yang. Chu Yang smirked. He listed the little Lolas in his memory one by one. Lola's clothing. Most of them are sailor clothes, student clothes, and casual clothes. A few of them are in uniform, and there are no restrictions on their race. Chui Xinho and the others couldn't understand at all. They didn't know if their experience was too shallow or Chu Yang was too knowledgeable. Anyway, they were already a little confused. They usually have a killing move. When they're caught or held, they will not be able to breathe. They usually combine it with their voice to form a continuous skill. It is extremely dangerous, extremely dangerous. Chuyang finally looked at the little girl and summarized her. The little loli we caught is at the stage of becoming a loli. There is still a long way to go before she becomes a supreme loli. She still needs to work harder. After the parrot heard this, its eyes widened. Master, is there really such a dangerous creature? Chuyang said so accurately and in so much detail that it believed him. It completely regarded the lowly as a new race. Huh? Chuyang almost laughed out loud. Little bitch, there is, of course there is. And there are many of them. If you're not careful, you will encounter them. You have to be careful. The parrot became more serious. Master, you said that their killing moves are extremely dangerous. Then how terrifying are they? This divine bird doesn't understand. A killing move that can only be released when they are caught or held is really strange. In the end, it added, they will not be able to breathe, and they usually combine it with their voice to form a continuous skill. What kind of magical power is this? The parrot thought for a while. Its head hurt a little. It poked its wings and cried out, Hey, little lowly, why don't you show me your killing move quickly? Under the parrot's lead, Chui Shinho, Ban Sung Young, and the others also faintly believed that there was a lowly race. They all waited to see the little lowly's killing move. Huh. When Chu Yang heard the parrot's words, and the way Chui Shinho and the others were acting, he couldn't help but laugh maniacally. It's because I didn't transform into the supreme lowly that you saw through me. The little girl didn't pretend to be pitiful at this time. She widened her eyes and asked seriously. Huh? Chu Yang couldn't say a word. He laughed until tears came out of his eyes. However, the little girl's question made Chui Shinho and the others completely believe Chu Yang's nonsense, and a little bit of doubt in their hearts disappeared. When the parrot saw Chu Yang acting like a bird, it immediately realized that it had been a fool. It cursed in its heart, damn that Chu Hang. It definitely couldn't leave behind such a weakness and be laughed at by Chu Yang. At once, it secretly transmitted a message to Chu Yang. Wah, master, how was this divine bird's cooperation? I completely tricked the little lowly. Huh. The parrot's behavior made Chu Yang laugh even more crazily. This shameless bird still wanted to remedy the situation. Wild dog, what are you laughing at? Also, how to become the supreme lowly. What is the lowly's killing move, and how to practice it? After Chu Yang heard this, he laughed so hard that he almost rolled on the ground. This little lowly actually believed in the so-called killing move and still wanted to become the supreme lowly. Chapter 1295. Wild dog, what are you laughing at? If you laugh again, I'll put you in the dog cage. The little lowly's eyes widened in anger, revealing her ferocious appearance. Soon after, she realized that something was wrong. She blinked her big eyes and muttered, There really is such a special existence like the lowly. Ah! She immediately screamed miserably. While she was in a daze, Chu Yang ruthlessly hit her on the forehead, and a bruise immediately appeared on her forehead. Little lowly, watch your words. Otherwise, I'll put you in the dog cage. Chu Yang sneered, but the little lowly was not afraid. She angrily said, Wild dog, I'll fight it out with you. Bang, bang, bang. The restraints on the little lowly's body were all broken. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws as she pounced over. However, she was caught by Chu Yang and ruthlessly beaten. She was not convinced. Chu Yang wasn't afraid of such a naughty child. He grabbed her buttocks and fiercely slapped her. It was as if she was being punished with a rod. The little girl was crying out incessantly. Her buttocks were almost rotten. Little Flame, bite this wild dog to death. The little lowly shouted. She then added, No, bite him until he's half dead. After he recovers in the dog cage, I'll beat him up every day. I'll definitely beat his, but until it's broken. Which family's stupid child is this? So stupid. The parrot looked down on her for daring to threaten Chu Hang. Little Flame, bite this ugly bird until it becomes a stupid bird. The parrot scolded the little lowly. You're the stupid one. Your whole family are stupid birds. As for the flaming wolves, they growled and made threatening sounds. Biting Chu Yang until he was half dead was easy. However, biting a parrot until it became a stupid bird was difficult for them. However, they did not need Chu Yang to worry about them. The little lowly was directly suppressed by Chu Yang. Little lowly, have you heard of stripping naked and hanging up to dry? Who was the first to do that? With just this sentence, the little lowly's body stiffened. All her arrogance was extinguished. However, she became fierce again in the end. She widened her eyes and said, "Wild dog, how dare you? I will definitely make Xiao Hua and the others bite you to death." Humph! Chu Yang suddenly snorted coldly, and the smile on his face completely disappeared. He said coldly, "You better tell me clearly. Who asked you to interrupt my comprehension of a Tao? Otherwise, I don't mind killing all of your so-called little flames first, then I'll deal with you bit by bit. Wild dog, give it a try if you have the guts." The little girl was still very arrogant, but when Chu Yang grabbed her hair and was about to pull it out, she immediately screamed, "Wild dog, I surrender. Woo woo woo." When Chu Yang stopped, the little lowly burst into tears and snot. She then shouted at Chu Yang, "Wild dog, from today onwards, don't even think about hitting on my sister. Don't even think about becoming my brother-in-law." Brother-in-law? Chu Yang was shocked. His eyes widened, and he thought to himself, is this little girl Shangguan Lan's younger sister, his sister-in-law? Damn, I have to beat my sister-in-law, or she will be so arrogant in the future. Humph! The little lowly said proudly, "Wild dog, are you afraid? My sister is the first beauty of the Sky Academy. From today onwards, you can forget about it." The first beauty of the Sky Academy? That's really possible. Chu Yang gritted his teeth. He was so angry that his teeth itched. Damn sister-in-law, how dare she disturb my enlightenment? If he had not drawn the power of the divine world into his body and obtained great fortune, he would have been killed by his sister-in-law today. Chapter 1296. What second beauty? Shangguan Lan is the second beauty. How could she compare to my sister? She wears a veil all day long, so she might be an ugly freak. That's why she doesn't dare to show her face. The little lowly shrieked. Chu Yang was stunned again. Ji Yinin. So she wasn't his sister-in-law. As for Chu Yang, he had no impression of her at all. Smack, smack, smack. Chu Yang gave Ji Yinin another round of spanking. She actually dared to pretend to be his sister-in-law. She was simply committing a heinous crime. Ji Yinin shrieked and threatened. "Wild dog, do you really not want to marry my sister? If you dare to hit me again, not only will you not be able to marry my sister, but my sister will also teach you a lesson." Ji Yinin, let me ask you very seriously. Did your sister send you to disturb my enlightenment? Smack, smack, smack. As soon as Chu Yang finished speaking, he gave her another round of spanking. The little lowly felt Chu Yang's coldness and completely surrendered this time. However, before she could calm down for a while, she looked at Chu Yang in disbelief and said, "Huang, Chu Yang, you really don't want to marry my sister?" Her sister, Ji Yinming, had always been able to make any man fall to the ground when she threw them out. Everyone who knew that she was Ji Yinming's younger sister would treat her like a little ancestor. Only this wild dog in front of her had failed. Ji Yinin was really unwilling to accept this. Why did her trump card fail? Wah! The parrot saw the little lowly's gloomy expression and couldn't help but laugh crazily. "Little girl, you actually used such a lousy trick to threaten Chu Hang. This divine bird's disdain for you is like a torrential river, continuous and unending. It's also like 100,000 mountains, up and down. You're just a little brat. What do you know?" Ji Yinin blinked her big eyes and challenged the parrot. "You're the snotty brat, you little girl." The parrot's spittle flew everywhere as it became extremely agitated. Oomph! A disdainful smile appeared on Ji Yinin's small face. "Stupid bird, do you think I don't know your real age? If you transform into human form, you're at most an 11 or 12-year-old brat." The parrot exploded. This was its taboo. "Little lowly, you're bullshitting. Brat, you're the one who's farting. Bullshit, bullshit." The parrot was flustered and exasperated. It roared, "Little lowly, don't think that this divine bird won't dare to deal with you just because you're Chu Hang's sister-in-law." Jinin's buttocks were still burning with pain. She was afraid of being beaten again, so she remained silent in anger. Chu Yang observed for a while before intervening. "Little Lolita, can you tell me who asked you to disturb my enlightenment? Who can order this little lowly?" Jinin proudly raised her small head. Chu Yang suddenly smiled strangely. "Little Lolita, other than stripping you naked and hanging you up to dry, I've recently come up with a new trick." He pointed at Jinin's small belly. "I plan to peel open your belly and stuff your little fire inside. Let's see if you can make a small fire." "Demon!" Jinin immediately screamed. She shuddered just by imagining the scene. "I'll subdue you, little lowly." Chu Yang sneered. "From now on, you'll answer whatever I ask you. Understand? If you don't understand, then make a small fire." "Waha!" The parrot laughed strangely, causing Jinin to grind her teeth. She swore that she would concoct the parrot like this in the future. However, when Chu Yang's cold voice entered her ears, she quivered. Chapter 1297. "Answer me. Who instigated you to do that?" "My sister." "Are you sure?" Slap, slap, slap. Following a series of crisp sounds, Chu Yang saw that Jinin was spouting nonsense. He raised his hand and gave Jinin another fierce beating. Only after Jinin was beaten until tears flowed down her cheeks did she tell the truth. No one ordered her to do that. It's just that this little lowly is used to being willful and unbridled. Chu Yang generally believed her, but he still had his doubts. This Jinin was obviously incomparably two-faced, but he still couldn't bear to be so ruthless to a little lowly. In the end, Chu Yang tied her up and said, "I will go find your sister and ask for compensation." After saying that, he threw Jinin to the parrot for safekeeping, and at the same time, he sat down cross-legged and continued to cultivate. Soon, Chu Yang entered a meditative state. Then, a brilliant light bloomed from his body, and with a pop, a strange fluctuation was emitted from his body. It's really amazing. After being interrupted, he can still continue. Ban Sung Young and the other three were startled, and then violently shook. In their perception, thin lines faintly appeared again. "Monster, he's really a monster." The four were completely convinced. At this time, they realized that the parrot, Chui Shinho, and the other two were racing against time to comprehend such a rare opportunity. They immediately slapped their heads and secretly scolded themselves for being stupid. Jinin was also aware of such fluctuations. Her large eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. After a while, she said, "This wild dog is much stronger than the flies by my sister's side." After being interrupted by this lowly's enlightenment, not to mention being able to continue, its perception is also so amazing. I can actually feel the law threads. It's simply heaven-defying. "No, I have to make him my brother-in-law, and then I'll be henpecked. Then I'll take my revenge." Jinin also quickly calmed down and carefully sensed the law lines. She found that these law lines didn't seem to be the law lines of the heavenly spirit world, and her heart shook again. Rumble. Not long after, all of them were awakened by the sound of rumbling thunder. They opened their eyes and were about to kill when they realized that the sound of thunder was coming from Chu Yang's body. At this moment, a thick thundercloud appeared at Chu Yang's lower abdomen. Thunder and lightning were shuttling back and forth in the cloud. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and thunder was about to descend. Below the thundercloud, countless amounts of spiritual chi gathered and transformed into a parrot. It was about to trigger the thunder tribulation and undergo a metamorphosis. The appearance of the thunder tribulation in his body was a sign that his spiritual energy was about to transform into his magic power. The transformation of spiritual energy into magical energy was similar to the transformation of demonic beasts. A person's body was like a world of its own. Along with the comprehension of the laws of the world, great changes would occur within one's body. The transformation of spirit chi into magic power was when a cultivator had a great understanding of the laws of heaven and earth and formed a thunder punishment in their body. When the thunder punishment descended, the spirit chi would pass through the thunder punishment and become magic power. Spiritual chi could transform into a parrot, a snake, a fish, and so on. It was up to the cultivator's will. Some of the transformation of spiritual chi didn't necessarily require the descent of thunder. It could also be a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. In short, the transformation of spiritual chi into magic power was up to the cultivator's decision. Jianin's mouth had already formed an O shape. Wild Dog Chu was only at the 8th level of the spirit stage, but he was about to transform his spiritual chi into magic power. She felt as if she had seen a ghost. How is this possible? He hasn't even reached the transcendent stage, and he's already transforming his spiritual chi into magic power? Hiss! Chapter 1298. TSK. This divine bird's current state is already very good. I don't need to transform into any other bird. Only the parrot and Chui Xinho were not surprised. They had already seen frightening things before. Rumble. The sound of thunder in Chu Yang's body was even more shocking. It seemed to be no different from the thunder in the world. The rolling thunder actually made Ban Sung Young and the other three's hearts palpitate. Buzz! Suddenly, Chu Yang's body shook violently, stirring up circles of ripples in the void. At this moment, the thunder punishment finally fell from his lower abdomen. The thunder punishment was like a giant axe falling down, causing the whole world to shake. This was the reason why Chu Yang's body shook violently. Wah! Little cutie, you came at the right time. The parrot in Chu Yang's body laughed strangely in the face of the descending thunder punishment. Its voice was no different from the parrot's, causing the parrot to roll its eyes. It was speechless at Chu Hang's bad taste. As for Ji Yinin and Ban Sung Young and the others, they were once again fiercely shocked. The parrot that Chu Yang's spiritual energy had transformed into was actually no different from a real living creature. This was too shocking. Generally speaking, because there was no martial spirit or visualization, the living creatures transformed from spiritual energy had no consciousness. This was the case for spiritual energy tribulation. Chu Yang was heaven and earth, and spiritual energy was living creatures. How could living creatures have the will of heaven and earth? Therefore, this scene once again overturned their understanding. Waha! Within Chu Yang's body, the parrot opened its mouth and swallowed the thunder. It laughed strangely and said, "Little cutie, more?" There was no sound in the surroundings. Spiritual energy tribulation was no different from a real tribulation. It was very dangerous. Once it failed, the spiritual energy would completely collapse, and the cultivation would be lost. It would return to zero. Scree! Amidst the rumbling thunder, the parrot inside Chu Yang's body was bathed in the endless thunder. Finally, it started to change. Its entire body burst out with dazzling golden light. It suddenly transformed from a parrot into a golden-winged pung bird and issued a high-pitched cry. One day, the great pung rises with the wind, soaring 90,000 li in the sky. The transformed golden-winged roc soared into the 9 heavens and charged at the thunder god. It wanted to swallow the entire thunder god into its stomach and challenge the might of the heavens. Is he really human? TSK, so what if it's a roc? There's so many of them, but it's just a chicken. 2 discordant voices emerged at the same time. The latter was, of course, the parrot. Ever since the Eastern Wilderness was established in the Eastern Continent, it had a deep impression of the wings of the heavenly roc turning into chicken wings. As such, it directly mocked it. As a parrot, it was proud and disdained to turn into a roc. Stupid bird. If the rocs hear that you look down on them like this, they will definitely kill you like a chicken. Jianin spoke with disdain, but her voice was slightly trembling. Chu Yang's spiritual energy transformation was too shocking. It could actually transform into a golden-winged roc. This meant that after his spiritual energy transformed into dermic powers, the quality of his dermic powers would be extremely shocking. For most people, this was simply impossible. However, what was even more shocking was that Chu Yang's spiritual energy transformation had not ended at all. This was at most half-step dermic powers. Looking at this posture, Ji Yinin realized that the wild dog obviously wanted to transform the golden-winged gold rock into a Kuan Peng. If everyone's dermic powers were that of a demonic beast, and Chu Yang's dermic powers were that of a Kuan Peng, then his dermic powers were the most supreme existence. Screech. Amidst the rolling thunder god, the golden-winged rock once again let out a high-pitched cry. The golden light on its entire body converged within, and the golden feathers quickly turned black one by one. In the blink of an eye, just as the golden-winged rock was about to transform into a Kuan Peng, a loud roar suddenly came from afar. Roar! As if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting, the sound rushed over. The towering ancient trees in the forest were all broken, and large rocks exploded. The rolling sound waves swept across everything, and one could see a perfectly straight sound wave rushing over. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.